إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه من يهد الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل له فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي ربي زدني علما. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, Brother Islam, and Islam to all of our brothers and sisters from around the world
وعليكم
doing
السلام
this.
ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Yeah. How are you doing, Akhi?
الحمد لله على كل حال. I mean, all praise to Allah in all situations.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. So, can you tell me, are you doing Arabic studies? Are you learning Arabic as a language, or are you learning Arabic as to understand the Quran or to also speak?
Yeah, I was studying it, and then I had to take a break because of all the other things I was studying and all the other things going on in my life at the moment. But inshallah, I'll get back to it soon. I have a brilliant teacher who's been very patient with me. Wants to get things going again, but I've had to keep putting it off. But yeah, I mean, it's partly to speak and to understand the language. It's partly from a linguistic perspective to do with the root system and the different structure of grammar and the different way of thinking that's sort of in Semitic languages. And of course, to understand Quran and to be able to read, Hadith in original languages, and to be able to read the wealth of untranslated books on ilm that are in Arabic. But that's not just ilm for fiqh or sirah or whatever. It's also the books on maths and other stuff, geometry or whatever from Arab history. Like there's almost nothing is translated to English. A few bits are translated to French. The majority of it's lost completely, and a large chunk of it is almost the vast majority of it's just in Arabic. So it's that too. It's a bunch of different sort of reasons. I think I recognize and understand quite a few words, and at the moment I understand it more from a kind of linguist's perspective than a speaker's perspective. That makes sense, but I want that to change, inshallah.
So when you know Arabic, right? So when you know Arabic, I know, but what I'm saying here, and tell me, this is going to be interesting for our audiences as well. So if you know Arabic and you're able to read it fluently enough, right? You're at a point where you can grasp what has been written. Which would be the top 3 works that you want to go and read outside of the sort of the theological studies that we've done, right?
Oh, outside of theological?
Yes, outside of the theological.
That's actually very, very difficult to answer because I'm not sure which interesting texts exist that don't have a theological angle. I mean, because by that you've even taken out, for example, Ibn Sina's works on Kitab al-Shifa, right, the Book of the Healing.
Okay.
Even though that includes
let me modify it then.
Metaphysics and so on. And it's also like Imam al-Ghazali's like entire, volume set. Like on the one hand, it's about the revival of religion. On the other hand, it's about all kinds of knowledge across the whole spectrum of life. Like because Islamic thought was always so integrated, and this is actually one of the things that I find so appealing about it is that it's hard to find something that's of interest that's completely segregated from Islamic knowledge.
Yeah, we don't have polymaths in the modern day and age. I mean, everybody is supposed to be a specialist in something. They don't have the interdisciplinary.
This is the problem, and this is part of the sort of colonizers' way of thinking. Break stuff up into manageable sections and separated sections, divide and conquer. And they try to do that with knowledge as well. And so the most desperately missing people amongst the specialists are the generalists. Like generalists should be a specialism in and of itself.
Is it me?
Oh, if you have a health problem, right? Pretty much most developed health systems have a general practitioner, and then they refer you to the different kind of specialists. And if you didn't have that, the entire health system would be completely inaccessible and defunct, because there's no way the specialist could just refer to the right specialist, or you could even access a specialist, in the first place. And that's exactly the problem we've got with the landscape of knowledge cut up in the Western system. If you are a GP, you're completely disregarded as useless. You get no position anywhere, and no one will go to you. But my interest is to as much as possible be this kind of GP who understands a reasonable amount of maths, but isn't going to likely write a groundbreaking new discovery, a paper in it. Similar with history, with philosophy, with geopolitics, all this kind of stuff. I think the blend and how they interact is very, very important to even check your knowledge in any one of the given areas. And just in terms of knowledge being useful to yourself and others, I think integrated knowledge is better for everything except the economic machine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true, because the specialists, the knowledge that they hold is so impractical, and especially impractical in their own personal lives. It bears no significance, right, to their personal lives. They really have to live a different life as an academic versus as an individual. So
I often wondered if that's intentional or not, in the sense that the system that was put in place for that makes people dependent upon the system that where people can collaborate. If you're a specialist in some area, you now need other people in a way that you can't. If you know how to fix your tractor and farm the land, and also have access to fuel, you can do your finances, you can access knowledge that you need, if you have the whole package, then you can be relatively independent. But pretty much farming, I think, is the only thing left where you can pretty much get this sort of a whole package. It's very strange. And so people become dependent on the experts, and the experts depend on the other people. So then the system just becomes entrenched. And I think this is partly how, as well, isolated silos and dogmas build up. And then these ideas that come from these. So, when you're in, let's say, the world of whether it's theoretical physics or philosophy or whatever, people live in these dream worlds. And let's take philosophy, for example, and have this hypothetical philosophies that actually, when it came down to it, they would not live by. They don't actually live by. It's an academic thought process, and almost divides the mind in two. And then people who actually have to live by the thoughts that are handed down from these specialists end up completely stuck, not realizing how unreliable this apparent specialist reliable knowledge is in their context, if not in any context. It reminds me of people who have this idea where they sort of intellectualize life and the universe and their place in it and so on and so forth, and then live according to a different format. We see this in naturalists.
And interestingly, when you think about the Christian way of thinking and how Christian society has always been, they've always had this secular thought as part of it, that the religion is separate from the law, or there's always been.
I'm going to pull you up on always. I'm going to pull you up on always and say, actually, it's only post integration with Rome, because that's exactly what and how Rome allowed it. Every religion was permitted as long as it rendered unto Caesar what Caesar wanted, and as long as all the other stuff that it was considered to be irrelevant, or or even useful to the empire, then it was allowed to live and carry on. So there's a sort of Darwinian selection process going on, in a sense. And I think that when
Yeah,
Europe came
but
out the Dark Ages
it
and
came
started
about
going,
very early.
it did, and then when the but it went on for a long time, right? So anyone with any kind of views that would challenge what is in the realm or sphere of Roman authority of life, of the real life as they would call it, would have got slaughtered, would have got wiped out, or drowned out, or whatever. And I think when you had the sort of Renaissance and then the rationalism revival and so on in Europe, as it sort of crawled out of its Dark Ages hole, they looked to essentially resurrect the Roman Empire and sort of rebase themselves on Greek thought, sort of just start all over again, if you know what I mean. When will they come up? I don't know. Hello, Alam. Missed them already. Infologan. I think I'm being heavily influenced by Satan. I don't know if that's a typo or if that's a I don't know, one of his
I
special
think
friends.
with the H missing, maybe.
Sorry, what was the rest of that comment?
Yeah.
I didn't see.
Oh, sorry.
My mind is having crazy thoughts constantly in prayer and regularly too. I feel sick and I think I might do something I regret. Allah make things easy for you, inshallah. It's Shaitan has certainly played disgusting tricks on my mind and taken me to really dark places. Do your very best not to do anything you regret. Istikhar, because things like this only really happen
Istikhar or
when
istighfar?
praying for forgiveness.
Istighfar. So that's istighfar.
Istighfar is what I was saying. Yeah,
Istighfar.
istighfar as in
Yes.
asking for forgiveness. This
Yes.
is the thing, because this is to do with
Yes.
hardening of the heart, sins of the heart, blackening the heart, things like this, cutting off from the light. I can't recommend anything that helped me more than that, and that seems to be what to do. But I mean that kind of sentiment that was expressed is definitely something I'd recommend going to someone who is a counselor, Muslim counselor, someone of knowledge, not just like a generic imam, but someone who really knows and can help you try and diagnose your heart and your mind and help you to plan a route out, inshallah. I'll make it easy for you. But forgiveness, sometimes just going in sujood and crying and your whole body is shaking, it can change everything,
Yeah. And sometimes remember that Allah, He, which surah was it? Surah Mu'minun. I think that's where Allah talks about that. I think it's Surah Mu'minun, where Allah basically says that, do the Muslims basically think, do we think that now that we've become Muslims that we're not going to be tested? When all those who came before us were tested, right? So all of these tests that come to us, the tests of Iman, the tests of like the tests that come to us because of our family, because of the things happening around us. Okay, so these tests are meant to be there for us. Okay, for us to either to basically make the choice of protecting our iman and growing stronger in the religion and raising our levels in Jannah, right? Or you can lose your iman as well. That's what the test is for. Are you going to obey Allah or disobey Allah? So do not think that this is a bad thing that you're being tested, that this is there. It is for every Muslim who has iman that this would be there. Right? It's about how you deal with it. Right? Do you make the choice of what Allah has commanded you to do, or do you make the choice which is against the commands of Allah? And that's essentially what it comes down to.
Also, where do you allocate the good or the bad to? So sometimes Shaitan comes to you and tries to get you to blame Allah for something that's bad, whereas this blame goes on the Shaitan and the good is attributed to Allah. And it's that sort of sorting process that helps your mind to get straight, what is right and wrong, and it helps to sort of your heart to see.
All right.
But
So
definitely don't just speak to
trying to
people
bring
online
up.
about it. That kind of sentiment is something that should have, if possible, professional, if not whoever's the most knowledgeable and emotionally intelligent as well, who's around you, inshallah, or available to you.
All right. So today, okay, let me just make sure I have that up before.
Can you add some light to your face? You've almost disappeared in the video.
Let
Almost
me
look like a
check.
shadow.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, give me 1 second. This is better, right?
The face of Noor.
I didn't realize
Yawm al-Qiyam, inshallah.
my lamp was off.
Uh-huh.
So the light is coming from
I
back
think
and
your
sort of
connection's got an issue.
makes it
Faisal.
very difficult for
I think your
whoever's
connection's got an issue, Faisal, unless
to
it's
see
my
my face.
connection. I think your connection's got an issue, unless it's mine.
Okay. No, it's mine.
Okay.
It is my connection.
Okay, guys. We lost Faisal for a minute while he's going and resetting his connection. So inshallah, I'll be back soon.
I'm just gonna keep my video off.
I think that's helping a little bit.
I'm gonna keep my video off.
I think that's helping, but there's still delay and jitters in the voice.
Yeah, I may have to reconnect. Give me a second. I'll try and do that.
Okay. So while he's reconnecting, inshallah, what will I do? So today we intend to go through a couple of videos, inshallah. There was a comment last week to spend a bit more time going through some slightly more respectable or much more respectable atheists with more valuable opinions and insights to counter that can be done in a more respectful manner. So I've chosen 2 videos to react to and go through. One is Alex O'Connor reacting to some arguments against atheism, which I think is interesting because the arguments against atheism are brought from a Christian perspective. And I think Alex does a good job of addressing those. However, it also becomes quite clear that his counters wouldn't counter the Islamic perspective. And that's something that I think is really worth highlighting, going through and sort of showing how it's the case. And the other is between William Lane Craig and Graham Oppy. It's one of the shorter videos where Oppy is doing a decent discussion with someone credible. And they focus on a paper by, not Witten, Weinberg. No. Yes, they focus on a paper. Wheeler, sorry, it's Wheeler. Wheeler's paper on the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics, and William Lane Craig argues that it points towards design and a creator, whereas Oppy argues otherwise. Some of that discussion is a bit moot, but some of it's really worth picking up on, and it does really highlight the sort of what happens when you get to the bottom of the naturalist perspective regarding necessity. And Graham obviously has a very well developed view of the naturalist position. It's better sort of thought out and considered than most that you come across.
Mm-hmm. So just to test, Brother Song, can you do 1, 2, 3, and I'll try to see how much delay there is.
Okay, 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6.
Yeah, that's good.
So the delay is gone. Good. Okay.
Yeah, and you're coming through much clearer. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, so that's good. So I'm gonna play every argument for atheism, and we'll try and see if we can, how much we can get through. There's like tons of them. I don't know if each one of them is an argument, but there's like more than 20 of these in Alex O'Connor's video. Right. So for Nate, thank you for suggesting this the last time you came on. And
it wasn't Nate. It was the other. It was a guy called New Naturalist or New Nat or something. And I asked if he was Nate, and he said he's not.
Okay, so let's go ahead.
Christian YouTube answered in 10 minutes. Let's see how he does.
Atheists have a lot of arguments, but they never really think of anything new that the church hasn't had answers to for the past 2,000 years. So let's answer them. Religion causes wars. Well, actually, only 7% of all human wars were caused by religion, and if you remove Islamic wars, that number drops down to 3%.
Right off the bat, this isn't really an argument for atheism, just for the idea that religion is harmful. Even if religion caused no wars at all, that's no actual evidence that any religion is true. Still, even if religion only causes 7% of wars, isn't it a problem that it causes any wars? The claim is not that religion causes all wars, or even most wars, just that it sometimes causes wars. I mean, to use a crude example, as far as I'm aware, National Socialism only ever caused one war. One out of the thousands that we have documented. But of course, even if the vast majority of wars were started for other reasons, it's still a problem that this caused a war at all. Not a perfect analogy, but you get what I'm saying. And it's worth asking, wherever there is a totally non-religious conflict, do you think that such a conflict would be calmed or exacerbated if we were to introduce religious conviction? Perhaps only the correct religion would make things better. That's fine, you can hold that position, but then even a believer can accept that many religions do often cause conflicts, or at least make them worse.
A lot of evil has been done in the name of...
Yes, sir, take them one at a time.
So religion causes war. That's the first one.
Well, so this one is very, very interesting. For one, I always wonder with these analyses how anyone gives them with a straight face, because if you look back at the history of wars, every time I see a war that someone says was either religiously motivated or not religiously motivated, it's essentially a bold-faced lie, because there are tons of accumulating circumstances and elements to the war. And if it's attributed to religion, or if there's religious groups involved, or religious sentiments become somehow involved or mixed up in it, you can attribute it to the religion, or you can say it was independent of the religion. But show me any war which is solely and exclusively with no other causal factors there by religion, and show me any credible analysis whereby if it weren't for religion, it would not have happened some other way. It's just, it's basically insane to start with. However, here's another thing that's interesting. He says, isn't it a problem that it causes any wars at all? So if we grant him it does cause some wars, or is at least a sufficient contributing factor to turn something into a war that wouldn't have otherwise been a war, which is possible. Again, I don't know either way. I'm not saying. How many wars have been prevented by religion would be my question, and they never ask that. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
It's always this, is religion bad or neutral? It's never about, well, not only how many wars were averted or avoided because of religious beliefs, against killing or trying to find some way to forgive or trying to find some alternative reconciliation. If you think about it, all of that stuff is really, to do with going above the sort of base animal instincts, and maybe you can argue that independent reasoning to do with, well, I don't want the consequences of the war could suffice, but those are usually baked into religions anyway. And it's only relatively recently, almost exclusively post-colonially, that religion is something that you can just independently tack on or remove. So when you're looking back over history and saying is or isn't a religious war, it doesn't really make sense. It's probably better to ask not what is a religion, but what is the belief system. So you don't prejudice in the same way as they have, freedom fighters versus terrorists, or versus the T word, or pirates versus privateers. But what is the belief system? And if you analyze that belief system, is it going to tend to encourage people into war? And then if it does, what kind of war? How bad does it get? Because this is the other question: is are the reprisals softened by religion? Perhaps it could have been much worse if not for certain religious ideas. And so, if you look at Islam, you look at the rules of war in Islam, where you can't go murdering women and children, you can't even harm the trees, you can't do any of this scorched earth stuff that the Mongols used to take over everything, or that the has been employed throughout. You can't do any of this genocidal stuff. Things like nuclear weapons, completely, totally, thoroughly, 100% antithetical to Islam and Islamic practice or preaching of war. So really, if you take them, rather than having this whole basket of religion, take each belief system, well, I say without prejudice, and analyze it and see, does it, would it, if you do a socio-political or psychosocial analysis, tend to exacerbate or calm any kind of conflict situation?
Yeah, I find this one of the most dishonest approach that anyone can have to this. So firstly, this is an oversimplification. Wars aren't caused by Muslims or Christians or Hindus, or that's not necessarily the prime reason why somebody is at war. There's, like you said, there's so many contributing factors. It's political. It's it could be tribal. It could be any number of reasons. Right. So today, the wars that are happening, if you look at the core reasons why they are happening, it has nothing to do with religion. One nation, especially in the Middle East right now, the war that is happening, the nation claims to be secular. Are you going to claim that this is a religious war now? Or is this?
Doesn't matter that it was founded by an atheist and a pantheist, and that it's been secular since its inception. No, absolutely not. When it's convenient, it's a religious war.
Exactly. And the other part of this, when you come to it, like if you come to ask the question, what about atheism? What about the belief that there is no God? How does that impact wars? And would people stop fighting because they do not believe in a God? Would that be a reason not to get into these wars? That's an important question to ask here.
Yeah, this is what I was saying about could it calm things? Because if it becomes pure animalistic survival, there's no boundaries, there's no going too far, there's no nothing. It's whereas someone who thinks there are higher morals than their own life, if that doesn't just work in the negative, that can very much work in the positive as well. And I think it's also a little bit misleading, because when you say atheism, that actually, up until very, very recently, like post-Cold War, really, atheism was a very extreme view. And really the culprit would be any form of materialism. Because anything that sort of puts state power and the material world above God is basically, as you might as well treat it as atheism for the purposes of this discussion. It's not really a a real religion. It's somewhere on the route to it. Because what matters is rejecting God's sovereignty and his laws. Not whether or not you happen to think there's some kind of Spinoza's God, and well, now you're not an atheist, and so now atheism has nothing to do with it. No, the underlying ideas, the core essence of naturalism and we're all just animals anyway, everything's just process and so on. It's I think there's, again, I can't prove this in the way that people can't prove their claims that such and such a percent was caused by religion. But if I look at the factors, I would say, well, I don't see any psychosocial mechanism by which that helps by any stretch of the imagination, and I can see many by which it makes things much worse.
So here's a question I would ask, right? How many wars have humanists been in? How many wars have they been involved in? Humanists.
Well, since there's been humanists, but then being involved in versus being the cause of, and again, humanism's a bit of a sort of broad church. You could argue that Ludwig Mises from the Austrian School of Economics was kind of humanist, based on human action, which became this pseudoscience that sort of fueled the crushing of people under the industrial machine and the growth of the sort of dominance of the financial system to a whole new level, and all this kind of stuff. But is it this humanism? There isn't like a refined doctrine and dogma of humanism. Various people have tried to summarize and say this is humanism.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm asking, Brother Islam, this is the deception that is going on. If there has been no country, there has been no political power that has claimed humanism as the core understanding, or they would basically go ahead and claim that this is a humanist society, right?
Although that's kind of true for the countries, although getting pretty close to it with the some of the Scandinavian countries, for example. But actually the United Nations is essentially founded on humanist principles.
It may have been, right? But how effective is it? It's
terrible. It's been a machine for perpetuating war. It's been
a propaganda.
The Cold War never really finished precisely because it's a complete BS system that is just made to essentially have this crime family running the world and shredding it, and they're supposed to be the peacemakers, and they've
look at what's happening today. Look at what's happening today, right? It cannot even prevent a genocide by such a small nation in the world, which is happening real time, and it's supposed it's wolf without teeth.
It was always a vehicle for perpetuating hegemony and control of the allies who won.
So this is why I feel that this is a deception, because you're basically comparing apples with oranges here, right? You're saying that 2,000 years that of these few religions, 2,000, 4,000, 5,000, however many you want to count, right? That these have been in wars. Right, have all been because they have been religious. And you're ignoring the politics. Now let's take example of the USSR. It caused so many, it was involved in so many wars. It was also, and even the US considered itself a secular nation. Are you then going to say that secularism causes, since the beginning of the 20th century, secularism is the highest cause of terror and destruction around the world, including wars, including famines.
Well,
including
we can say secular nations have been the highest perpetrators, but it's difficult to say.
This is I know what you're trying to say, but there is a reason why I'm pointing this out, that this is how they point out to Muslims and to Christians that your religion is the reason why this is a deception. You're not willing
it's
to
totally
do the same
deceptive,
to
but we
yourself.
can't. Yeah, it's totally deceptive, but we shouldn't have the same thing the other way around, because if we do the same, we're making the same mistake, right? So let's take, for example, these countries. If you took away secularism and replaced them with something else that also rejects God and His laws, it could be worse. It could be just as bad. Like, you know, we don't know. It could be slightly better. Because ultimately, like, let's put it this way: the way the powers act is not in accordance with the belief system, whatever the belief system is, in most cases. The early generations of the Islamic Empire being one of the few exceptions.
Yeah,
you know, they run on a different legal system than the people are run under normally.
By the way, I'm going to just put the link up as well, and anyone who wants to join, they're free to join us. Okay, so the link will be pinned. You can come up, join us in this conversation. If you want to have a discussion outside of what we're reviewing, we can definitely accommodate that as well.
Inshallah.
All right, so that should be it. Okay, so the link is up. I'm going to continue our...
Let's take the next one, because we're going to do the thing where we only get through 10 minutes of the video because we talk forever about each point.
This is true, but the most murderous people in human history have been atheists. This doesn't mean religion is true. It just means you can't use that as an argument against it.
I just want to point out that whilst religious violence is motivated by religious beliefs, atheist violence is rarely motivated by atheism. It's at best...
Okay, this is... I think we have to stop here and address this particular point, because I feel this is very deceptive. Alex O'Connor, I mean, in most... a lot of times he's very careful in the wording that he's using. But in this particular case, and actually this is probably the reason why I would say that in this particular case, he is completely wrong. Not just misunderstanding, he's completely
we don't
wrong,
know if he's going to qualify what he just said if we watch the end of that segment, though.
We can continue. But saying this is deceptive. This is saying that the idea that you're not going to be held accountable to a higher power after your life has ended has no implications on the decisions that you make in this life, right? Is, to me, is a deception that is happening. Because really, if somebody, you or me, we hold the belief that if we do something wrong today, we're actually going to be held accountable for it in our afterlife. An atheist does not hold that position. So for him or her, if they decide to get rid of some people on this earth, right, that's just rearranging a few molecules from their perspective as a naturalist. So how is it that it is not a motivation in your decision making?
Well, so this is where I completely agree that it is, in a sense, deceptive, but I don't think an atheist will view it as being deceptive because it's also not incorrect. I'll explain why. Because atheism is essentially a nothing position, that there's no actual content to it. What you gave was actually, if you had naturalism, for example, which is not atheism, it's just a pretty inevitable consequence of atheism that you end up with some naturalist framework or some other kind of ungodly framework one way or another, right? So it's the atheism itself hasn't actually motivated the violence. However, I think there probably will be cases where someone is motivated to kill someone religious because they think religion is the problem, and in that sense, should that be attributed to atheism? Because this is the thing, in almost all cases, there's some other belief system that's enabled by the atheist perspective. which becomes the motivating factor. And so the atheist can stand back and say, it's not atheism that's at fault. It's a very, it reeks, stinks of a trick of the shaitan.
So
in that once it's in your head, it passes. If you don't have taqwa, it passes perfectly in the head. Like, it just makes perfect sense. Well, of course, lack of belief in God is not motivating this. Something else is X, Y, Z. And so it feels like you're just saying something that's true, not realizing how deceptive that is. When on the flip side, you say, oh, it's belief in God that's causing the problem, or it's the religion that's causing the problem because their religious motivations, when actually what's happening is there's underlying emotional, cultural, other kind of power dynamics, whatever, fear, other kind of emotions that are driving it. And then religion is just what's appealed to justify it. And remember, I said before, swap religion for belief system, in which case you have exactly the same thing happening across the board. It's just a question of severity and mercy involved.
Yeah, but let's actually take a step back, because for me, atheism itself is to blame. Because for someone who's about to do something wrong, something evil, okay, it makes a huge difference whether they're an atheist or basically a Muslim.
But no, I agree with you, but we have to what I was trying to differentiate is a root cause from a motivation.
Okay, so we're being a bit technical here, but yes, I understand what you're saying.
It's important technicality when you're looking at what Alex O'Connor is trying to argue, because that's the reason his argument works, is people miss that subtlety. So the people on the atheist side of the fence will say, yeah, of course, and if you don't understand that, you're an idiot. And the people on the other side of the fence will say, the opposite. But really, it's this distinction between whether it's a root cause or a motivating factor that allows this argument to seem like it holds water.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's continue. Sorry.
That's permitted by someone's atheism, but then religious violence is also permitted by the person's religious beliefs as well as being encouraged by them. But okay, on the Hitler thing, look, I don't know what his religious views really were. Some say he was a Catholic, the religion he was baptized into and confirmed in. He did also write in Mein Kampf that, quote, in standing guard against the Jew, I am doing the handiwork of the Lord. Not a particularly atheist statement, but then Hitler was probably quite good at, well, lying. And perhaps the belief of some, even to this day, that he was a convicted theist is just a testament to the strength of his propagandic efforts. But if he was lying and didn't actually believe in God, then it's worth asking why he would think that lying about being religious would make his fascist campaign more successful. Whatever his own views personally were, he had every Nazi soldier wear belt buckles inscribed with the words Gott mit uns, God with us. Clearly, even if he was personally an atheist, Hitler recognized that belief in a creator God can give people the confidence to do all kinds of evil.
If you were born somewhere else.
Okay.
Interesting that one. Again, he's putting it on religion. Why lying about being religious made him more successful? The power dynamics of Germany, until recently, it had been known as the Holy Roman Empire. They had the Lutherans. It just, Alex should know that a significant power block would be against rather than with him if he had not put that on. And it has nothing to do with religion. This is about political power, or at least. When I say nothing to do with religion, I mean it's not the content of the religion. It's the fact that it's a political power block.
Yeah. And why not take the example of Stalin and Mao Zedong, right? They massacred their own people.
Mm-hmm.
They committed atrocities on their own people.
Well, and both of those would be great examples for me of say, well, look at those situations. Now, how would those situations be augmented if they had Sharia from Islam?
Yeah.
Those massacres wouldn't have helped. The stuff about letting people go hungry and starve, absolutely not. And so on and so forth. And it's not just, hypothetically, if they followed the rules, because you can then look at the Islamic Empire and when they were at war and whether or not they followed the rules and found alternative ways to deal with these things. yeah, it does seem to be that, you know, the atheism and the anti-religiosity that stems from atheism is this root cause that then connects and enables multiple other motivating ideologies to then be essentially responsible for the atrocities.
Yeah, and the question that comes up is: should someone who's manipulating people using their religious views, using their belief system, right? Should these people, the actions of these people, be blamed on the religion they're using to manipulate?
Absolutely not.
Or, yeah, because the same thing happens when it comes to secularism, when it comes to democracy, when it comes to capitalism.
Yeah, America just needs to say they hate our freedoms, and that's it. You can bomb 1 million innocent people.
Exactly. So
hypocrisy
this
is incredible.
This is to me something which needs to be pointed out if anyone brings this argument forward, because that's not the motivation behind this. The propaganda or the machinery that is trying to manipulate the populace, right, using religion, using any view that they hold dear, whether it's their nationalism, whether it's their religion, whether it's their capitalism, freedom, any sort of anything that they hold dear is being used to fearmonger and manipulate them into doing some achieving certain goal, right? To me, that is the people who are doing that are the ones who are at fault and are evil, and
right.
they should.
There's something almost better to point out here, in that there's a better question, which is, of the belief systems, which one is more effective for the manipulation of people, and which one is more malleable or able to be changed and used to manipulate people in different ways. And this is, again, one of the ways in which democracy shows itself to be essentially as malleable as you like, and set up from the get-go to maximize the ability to manipulate people. You know, almost it's difficult to know if fascism and communism was more effective. You know how if you have a disease and it kills the host instantly, it doesn't actually spread very far. But if it doesn't kill the host instantly, it can spread much further. And that's one of the reasons COVID was considered such a dangerous, you know, pandemic by certain people. Well, you can pick other examples, you know, where something that's actually milder to each individual host can become more deadly and destructive overall, potentially. And that's, you know, commonly sort of understood in immunology. It's quite easy to understand. And so the thing is, in the Soviets, for example, and the fascists, people knew it was propaganda. It was very obvious. People in the West have thought they've had a free press for a long time. And there's been some degree of freedom, a huge amount of gerrymandering and manipulation at various different layers. And so in a way, people have been much more vulnerable to a much deeper level of manipulation. And then you look at the schooling system, where they go from, you know, they spend most of the development period of their life being like told what's right, what's true about the history and structure and shape of the world and everything else, you know. And it's by shape of the world, I wasn't arguing for flat Earth. I meant the abstract shape, how things hang together. And so, but, you know, particularly, you know, who's the allies or the good guys, you know, matters not if you are deceived. It's there's certain sort of things you get embedded ideologically. Whereas if you knew it was like a very obviously draconian manipulative system, you might actually be more mentally resistant to it. So I guess, and that's one part of it. The other part of it is obviously the very system of democracy and the media systems literally optimizes selecting for narcissism and narcissists. They are the people who will rise up the most. Your glass ceiling raises the lower your moral standards are. You're more likely to be able to earn more money and so on, which is already presaged by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, has already told us, you know, that's how things are going to go. But Islam, on the other hand, is, pretty rock solid. Even when people have tried to, manipulate or twist things, they've managed in certain ways, this or that way. But, the core is very, very difficult to manipulate. And in the system itself, it's much harder to manipulate the politics of it than it is to manipulate, for the rich or elites to manipulate the politics of a democratic system. And that's even without taking into account yet the actual belief in good and the actual belief that, this is God's system, don't mess with it, and the actual belief that there is an afterlife where there'll be consequences. So yeah, I think it's a really important point, is that this argument about being used to manipulate people, any string in people's heads can be used by a sufficiently skilled manipulator to manipulate people. We believe that Iblis is manipulating people all the time, and that if people believed in Iblis, or believed that he exists, not believe in him, then they would certainly be more resilient to the kinds of manipulation that atheists, non-believers, are completely open to, like a system on the internet with no firewall, no intrusion prevention system, no antivirus, whereas a Muslim has all of those.
Yeah. So one thing, one very interesting matter, which I had a discussion with someone just recently, and we were talking about the education system. And you brought up the education system on what we're being taught and around the world pretty much. What you need to realize is that the real skills you need to succeed in life are not taught in your school.
Mm-hmm.
You're not taught how to interact with people, what is the right way of getting somebody or convincing someone to work with you or to achieve your goals. You're basically taught in a school, in an education system, at least in the modern education system, on being a good worker, on being someone who can achieve all of those things that for someone else.
I'm going to give you an interesting refinement to that, which is almost all, and look at Eton as a very interesting counterexample. You can do your research, people, on what gets taught at Eton and the kind of teaching and thinking that happens at Eton. This is a very expensive, well-known school in Windsor in the United Kingdom. A huge amount of politicians go through and come from Eton, people like Boris Johnson and so on. It's like a funnel into the higher echelons of power, and they do specifically get taught almost a different version of history in many cases. They do focus on how to control people, argue with people, win arguments, manipulate people, almost get sort of some lawyering things, a heavy emphasis on debates and winning them, and they learn a lot more of the classics, ethos, pathos, and logos, and so on than you would learn in the normal school system. They essentially have a different curriculum from the masses.
Yeah, and this is important for you to realize, because this is how they're manipulating you, right? And the fact that they're manipulating you and using your religion, using your identity, using the color of your skin, or whatever else might be the case, right? That's something which you need to identify. Now, if you want to know whether something is right, wrong, or whatever the case might be, what you need to do is take out these buzzwords from the discussion, right? So let's say if they come and tell you that you cannot do this to black people, right? Or you cannot do this to white people. Okay, take the white and the black out. Take the Muslim and the Christian out of that, and see if that statement makes sense, right? Sort of to not be part of that manipulated machine. If that makes sense, that you can, let's say, you cannot kill someone, right? If we want to talk about it, right? We say that, right? You cannot kill a white person. Okay, why do you have to add white in there? It should just, you cannot kill someone. You cannot kill a human being. When the Quran talks about this matter, right, it doesn't say that you cannot kill an Arab, you cannot kill a non-Arab, you cannot kill a white person or a black person or someone from India or someone from Africa. None of those distinctions are made. All life is has been made sacred. So this is the idea which we need to get back to, essentially, if we want to make sense of it.
Yeah, there's the idea that certain groups of people can use certain words that other certain groups of people can't, for example, or it's interesting though, because there are some things that I believe are valid in terms of, for example, in Islam, there's different rules for men and women in some cases, in certain things. There's good reasons for that, because there are actual differences between the two, and the creator of them told us so. I think it's there are differences that have value to recognize, and there are differences that are extremely misleading at best, if not just downright dangerous to recognize. Again, it comes back to this belief system and whether or not it's effective and well structured. But certainly, it's the thing is, if you look at anti-Semitism as an example, right? The Semites should include the Arabs, it should include the Aramaic speakers, but it became something that specifically means, don't treat people of Jewish descent this way. Well, if that way of treating people is bad, don't treat anyone that way. There shouldn't be any special rule system for people that come from a particular language group, but it's the double sickness of they've even sub-selected from that language group and given them special treatment. So it's these kind of things are very, very dangerous, very dangerous. And this is again why if the law isn't genuinely from God, it can be really dangerous stuff.
All right, let's continue. So,
else you wouldn't be a Christian. Okay, and if you were born somewhere else, you wouldn't be an atheist. Everyone's beliefs are shaped by their context.
Well, this just misses the point. Sure, all beliefs are shaped by their geography, but atheists don't claim that there's a God supervising the world who proactively wants everyone to believe in him. If such a God did exist, would we really expect him to reveal himself more strongly and reliably to, say, Americans than to Indonesians? It seems incredibly unlikely and unfair that your chances of being saved, of coming to know the true God, could be determined by where you happen to be born. If atheism is true, however, it's no surprise that where you're born shapes your religious beliefs, because that's what we think religious beliefs are, products of local mythology or political dominance. So yeah, if I was born in Indonesia, I'd probably be a Muslim. But whilst that's exactly what we'd expect if there is no universal God supervising everything and it's all just a product of local mythology, it's nothing like what we'd expect if there were a real universal God. By the way, I call this the genetic fallacy.
How do you know which religion is true?
All right. Yeah, genetic fallacy. This. So do you want to say something on it first? I always react first. You want to?
No, go ahead.
So it's very, very interesting. First of all, it says all beliefs are shaped by their geography. Now, I would probably concede that there are geography-related influences, but your geography really means the landscapes around you are surrounded by mountains and trees, or the rivers, or the seas, and maybe in early human, early civilizational development that were true. I'm not entirely sure, but what he really means is their location. And he says, well, God proactively wants everyone to believe in him. Would he reveal himself to, selectively to different places? And he says that's unlikely and unfair. Now, unlikely, in what sense is he using probability theory here? Like, how many different possible worlds is he calculating? Is he using some Bayesian formula? I really grates me when people use the terminology likely or unlikely to sound scientific, when really it means I reckon. my judgment that I just pulled out of my, orifice is this. It seems unlikely. Just means it's an argument from disbelief. So ironically, what I'm saying is it's basic, or an argument from incredulity. So for some reason he can make a fallacy. He literally just gave an argument from incredulity, and then a moral sort of incredulity. So two different versions of an argument from incredulity, while he's saying, calling it the genetic fallacy. Now, here's what's interesting to me. Would he selectively reveal himself? Well, hang on a minute. Even in Christianity, they understand this notion. Famously, Sermon on the Mount is supposed to have said, the meek shall inherit the earth, right? There's always been in monotheism this deep connection between, people who have more suffering and less wealth and get closer to God thereby, right? And that worldly distractions can distract you from getting closer to God. So it would make perfect sense that there are some places that are poorer and have less wealthy distractions, or have more trials and difficulties inherent in the geography and the landscape and its geopolitics, where you would find more of the believers, where he would put more of the believers, where he'd cause them to be born in the first place. The idea they'd be uniformly distributed is just utterly baseless. But look how easily it was just thrown in there. Like, if I can't think of some reason, it should just be uniformly distributed. And then he says, but what we see on the basis of that projection of, the not even the scientific method, of the pseudo-scientific post-colonial anthropological method, based on that, he says, this is exactly what we'd expect to see if there's no universal God. It's a product of local mythology. But, well, no, because you haven't explained anything. You just kicked the can back down the road one section, because this local mythology itself, that this is again just the question of why are the religions or the beliefs distributed in this kind of way. So if there was no universal God, then wouldn't you expect belief systems to be more distributed, more evenly distributed around everything? Like, the fact that different places have built up different kind of histories and preponderances or propensities to different kind of belief systems is very cleanly, neatly, and beautifully understood in Islam, in terms of the different prophets coming to the different nations, and those nations reacting against or rejecting or manipulating the message in different ways, or trying to plaster over it with their own kind of system. And then, all the different ways that's become manifest is what we have today. Whereas if there were no God at all, and all the humans distributed around the world all think roughly the same, which is the basic sort of, a priori think roughly the same, think like humans, then you would expect all the religions to pop up to be, well, a lot more uniformly distributed. So when he says, or one could argue you would expect that, in reality, the calculations are too complex to do. So, saying this is exactly what we'd expect, like, show me the model. Where's your computer model where you calculated through the possibilities and all the ways it could have unfolded? There's a lot of this sort of very certain, strong language that's being used without any real justification. But the fact that he baked in two different arguments from incredulity without calling them out, and this is Alex, who's generally pretty good at calling himself out. I will say, though, in this whole video, he's very much just sort of doing a curt reaction to each of these arguments. So he's not giving his more fully considered position that he would give in if they were, for example, reacting against three arguments for against atheism.
I would say that he's, without question, he's one of the more honest of the people who have this. We have discussions, because he's not. He does concede certain points as he goes along, or he revises his positions if he's given certain evidence for it. But obviously, he's not a Muslim, So we cannot expect him to concede on things which we would
What
not.
I was pointing out here, though, is more that this isn't his nuanced take. So there's a lot of things where it looks like we're bashing him as if he doesn't, have these nuances. He actually does in many other kind of videos. But what he gives here is this short form minus the nuances, and he does express himself very clearly. And so it's then very easy to clearly react to it. He doesn't mealy mouth mince around. He doesn't just sit on polemics. He expresses clearly what is really the central view or a more centrist view amongst the spectrum of atheists, because his more nuanced views are actually pretty close to the edge of atheism.
Yeah, true. Let's continue.
True. Well, everyone, religious or not, has faith in a certain worldview. It's just that some worldviews are called religions and some are secular. But everyone has to ask the question of which worldview best explains the world.
Nothing to add here. Yes, every worldview should be justified.
There's no scientific proof that God exists.
Yeah, that was a very, how should I say it? A very honest response.
Yeah.
Every worldview needs a justification, without question.
But then there's the question of your epistemology.
Oh, yes. All right.
Every worldview should be justified.
There's no scientific proof that God exists. Well, by definition, science can only prove things inside the natural world, and by definition, God is something outside the natural world. So science can neither prove nor disprove God.
That's fine if you want to say that science has nothing to say about God, but you've just undercut a great deal of natural theology. You're disagreeing with everybody who tries to prove God's existence with the fine-tuning argument, or the Big Bang in the Kalam cosmological argument, irreducible complexity, arguments about the genetic code, indeed, even the historical argument for the resurrection of Jesus. These just automatically cannot work in establishing God's existence, since material investigations can't bear on the supernatural. Well, this is fortuitous. Literally, as I was recording this video, Redeemed Zoomer released a new video called All Arguments for God Explained in 10 Minutes. Now, given that he's just said that science can never bear on the supernatural and can't prove or disprove God's existence, just take a listen to this.
Things in nature, like the human cell or the ecosystem of the world, are very complex and they work like a machine. Now, Darwinian evolution can explain why that is, but there's also things Darwinian evolution can't explain, like the 4 constants of the universe. There are physical constants, like the gravitational constant and the electron charge, the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force, that are perfectly fine-tuned, such that if they were even the slightest bit different, the entire universe would immediately collapse in on itself.
Sounds pretty, I don't know, scientific, doesn't it? So it seems like when an atheist is arguing that science disproves God, no, science and religion are totally separate, non-overlapping magisteria. But when it comes to proving God's existence, hey, look at these finely tuned constants. Isn't that amazing?
There's no evidence of anything supernatural.
Okay. Before we go to something different, there's a lot that's packed in here. I think this was a straw man of what he was saying.
No, I don't think so. I think when you say that, you're giving this Christian perspective the credit of the Islamic perspective on what God is. Because think about the terminology that Alex used at the end. He's called it the non-overlapping magisteria. That's specifically Catholic way of looking at this thing. So remember what he said before about the Roman view, render upon to Caesar what's his. There's the worldly stuff, and then there's the heavenly stuff. Like, they have always had this clean separation of the two worlds almost. And so it is a serious problem for the Christians, whereas in Islam it's totally different. There's a seamless integration between studying the ayat that are given, we're allowed to see in this world, and the ayat that were revealed in the Quran.
Yeah, but I think what needs to be understood is the question that is asked of theists isn't that show us proof that God can exist by showing us there is a designer, there's a creator, there's something along those lines. Essentially, we are asked this straightforward question: where is God? I haven't seen him. How can you? That sort of oversimplified the position that a lot of atheists bring forth to theists and basically claim that God doesn't exist because you cannot show him to me. I should have.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you haven't
So,
seen it. Yeah, there are felt effects you can infer it from.
That's a very good response, and that's essentially the position that we hold. But for me, I saw that position. So I can see what you're saying and where Alex is coming from, but at the same time, I feel that it is sort of a straw man of what the question is for, right? That if what was it? There is no scientific evidence of God, right? So this question, right, that there is no scientific evidence of God, I would say it has this aspect of it probably which needs to be addressed.
I think I remember the issues I always have when people want to appeal to the term supernatural, and I say, whoa, hold on a minute. We have a different view of the natural order entirely, and that word supernatural doesn't really work. And there's this, it comes back to this question of what's valid evidence. If I'm allowed empirical evidence, which is my senses, well, why is my sense of touch or smell or sight or hearing or whatever elevated above the feeling in my heart, in my chest, my feeling of hunger or other kind of feelings? And those are empirical sensations that you get when you're praying versus you're not praying, for example. So and then you could do statistical studies asking between people who pray and not pray, and people have done it, and they found that it is effective. So, it's what counts as evidence is what it comes down to. And what they've essentially done is set up the idea of what evidence is as something where if it becomes admissible as evidence, that is only when it is expressible in a naturalist paradigm.
Yeah.
Then it gets claimed by naturalism, and then you don't have any evidence. That's the system. That's the Western system of understanding the world. So the problem's baked into the very question. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is where it's coming from, right? The idea of using the modern scientific endeavor to explain something which is not. It's beyond the scientific realm, right? That
kind of
the modern scientific presuppositions require you to come up with a naturalistic explanation. And even when you have something which goes beyond the naturalistic explanations and you don't have a good explanation through it, right? The answer given is it's God of the gaps, right? That's what most of the time as Muslims or even for Christians and other theists, right? They would hear this sort of a response. Just because we cannot answer it now, we can actually answer it later. Maybe somebody in the future would get an answer for us, right?
Yeah, the atheists have themselves as the gods of the gaps. They're the ones that will decide when we know, when we don't know. They're the ones that try and postulate about the gaps. They're the ones that claim X thing, X, Y, Z is random. Gene mutations are random. Why? Because we don't know the pattern, so it's random. and now we know it's random. We know it's unguided. So shut up. And it's like you have nothing, but you think you have everything.
So and I know they have this false sense of security that they have an answer when they talk about randomness, but in reality they're just being ignorant, and they're happy about their ignorance. They're arrogant in their ignorance.
Worse than that, they're polytheists. Remember, attributing agency to randomness is just putting different clothing on Fortuna. That's all it is. It is straightforward idolatry. And the only way in which it's viewed as not being polytheist is by the Enlightenment redefinition of what worship and idol meant.
Yes,
that's it.
Right. Yeah. The next one is interesting.
A couple more things just to pick up on that one before we move on. it does undercut some natural theology. Yeah, got to give Alex credit where it's due.
Yeah.
But Kalam argument is not one of them. The Kalam argument does not depend upon the Big Bang. It was around a long before there was any Big Bang model. And it's entirely based on foundations of the essentially modal logic, which was around long before it got rediscovered in the 60s. The Arabs were using modal logic ever since ever. Why is Brenda asking themselves a question? Well, you should do that in front of the mirror in private, not here. I almost lost my train of thought. It's sort of the Arabs, were already, and this is why Kalam was using it, and Al-Ghazali wrote about it as well, were already using modal logic 1,000 years before Europeans realized it was a thing. And that's what the Kalam argument's based on. It's not based on the Big Bang. It's not based on naturalistic observations at all. So that was a faux pas by him, I think. And then, people who say material investigations can't bear on the supernatural, well, there's a lot of, depends what your notion of supernatural is. A lot of people run around thinking they're detecting ghosts using, whatever. Think they clearly have a notion of supernatural where some naturalistic, detectors can respond to it. I'm not saying anything about the validity of that. I'm just saying depends on your notion of supernatural. But if you take a strict definition of not subject to or operating by the natural laws, then you only have two possibilities, which is either no detection at all, as in no response in your material detectors, or randomness, because you don't know, it doesn't fit the natural patterns, and so it would appear random. So it could be that everything that appears random is actually evidence for something supernatural, depending on your actual definition of supernatural. Because again, supernatural can essentially be beyond the laws of nature, beyond, and so where are you drawing the line on those laws? And if randomness, things that are random are by definition not following any further law or any particular law, doesn't that count them as supernatural, or are you going to change your definition of supernatural? And in which case, to what? But you see, the thing is, a lot of materialists and naturalists just don't feel the need to define any of these terms carefully, because they're only using it to bash people over the head. They're not really using them seriously. So yeah, that was my notes on that one.
We've got someone raging in the chat.
I want to know why you claim virtues in philosophy you do not observe. like what? Wait, any idea what virtues in philosophy I don't observe Brendan might be referring to?
I know. Blocking anyone who disagrees is intellectual dishonesty. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm not blocking anyone who disagrees, Brenda. It's you specifically for being a mindless troll who is not able to express themselves and have any reasonable discussion. Have you not noticed other people who are able to have actual, genuine philosophical dialogue and aren't just literally toxic, manipulative people? No, it's not because they can't refute you. You're blocked because you are a toxic pile of garbage who has absolutely no intellectual value whatsoever. You have nothing but manipulative tactics. That is all you have. Nothing at all that I haven't heard, except that I've, seen from narcissistic monsters. You're a complete disgrace. You have no place in any intellectual discussion whatsoever, and it's you specifically. It's nothing to do with your views. People with similar views to you, much more developed versions of your views, we've spoken to for hours. You as a specific individual, Brenda. It's you as a specific person because of how you conduct yourself.
We've talked to people who we've disagreed with. We've had the naturalist Nate on for quite a while. He's had a discussion with us. We've disagreed on point. He's actually made claims against us and our religion as well, and we've talked it out with him. Right. So do not come and tell us that we do not do that. It is people
and he
like
did,
you.
and Nate did a much better job of researching and understanding the science and the scientific arguments and philosophical positions. And we have people like Duck, up, as well. This is just, it's not blocking people who disagree. It's blocking people who are toxic waste of space, who would turn this stream into unwatchable garbage. So go away.
Anyway, let's continue.
Well, that's just not accurate. There are medically documented cases of people with demonic possession speaking in languages they don't know, for example, and people with near-death experiences getting information they never had access to.
Okay, medically documented cases of people with demonic possession sounds awesome. I would love to take a look at that, medical documentation. I get the feeling you're not going to provide any, are you? Fear not, we do have one source that was flashed on screen, a book by Richard Gallagher called Demonic Foes. So, okay, I bought the book. I only skimmed through a couple of chapters, but I did also watch a few of Dr. Gallagher's interviews. In the book, he talks about some of his experiences with people he believes were demonically possessed, including a woman he calls Julia. Evidence for demonic possession consists principally in people like Julia having special powers. One night, Dr. Gallagher heard his normally peaceful cats screeching and fighting with each other. And the next day, he meets a woman he calls Julia, who says, "How do you like those cats last night?" Weird, for sure, but not quite yet the medical documentation that we're seeking. So then, what other special powers did Julia have? Well, Dr. Gallagher writes in the Washington Post of how she knew things that she couldn't have known naturally, including exactly how his mother had died years ago. But also, get this, she could tell some people their secret weaknesses, such as undue pride. Okay, but how about this? Julia, during various exorcisms, was suddenly able to speak fluent Latin out of nowhere. We're not told what she said, of course, but it happened. And if you can believe it, in one ceremony, she actually levitated out of her chair, literally floating in the air for half an hour. Atheists cannot explain that one. But we don't have to take Dr. Gallagher's word for this. Oh no, actually we can't, because he didn't see this himself. But we can just accept that the people who did see her levitate and told him about it were super trustworthy. We'll just have to take his word about somebody else's word. That's not to say that I can prove she wasn't possessed, or that Dr. Gallagher's priests were mistaken or lying, but this book, which is the only citation Redeemed Zuma provided, hardly fulfills my evidential expectations. But here's the thing, even if you could provide some kind of actual medical evidence for demonic possession, didn't you literally just say that science can never prove anything supernatural? Maybe you just think this wouldn't count as scientific evidence, but if there can't be any scientific documentation of demonic possession, then what kind of evidence are you talking about here? Anecdotes? Testimony? It's just not doing it for me. Of course, people are always making claims about the way that things occurred. And today, information is released faster than it can be verified. And on the internet, manipulative algorithms can often reinforce our own confirmation biases, which is why platforms like Ground News are more essential.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's get rid of that one.
Yeah. So, do you wanna respond?
Yeah, I'm not sure on what level of depth to go into this, because there's a whole world of jinn that we could open up.
Yeah.
Let me for like half an hour.
Let me say a few things and then you can add, right? So here's something. I question the kind of medical evidence that you're asking for, because what do you expect to see? Are you for a non-tangible entity, for experiences that are not normal? It's not like it's the output of a machine, or it's the observations of certain animals in a particular situation, where you can say, okay, this animal, you can number them, you can name them, and say they did something. You can videotape it, or whatever else might be the case. This is not that kind of a situation where you can provide that type of an evidence. It is very different. There is no machinery equipment that we have which can measure the kind of experience that we're having. So to claim that it did not exist is to you're basically claiming that everyone who has this experience and relates it to you is a liar de facto, right? You
Right,
basically
see, Alex was a bit more nuanced, although it's difficult to know to what extent he was taking the mick or not. But he did say, "I'm not satisfied by the level of evidence given against the claim," because he considers it to be weak evidence, which is fair because Islamically that would be considered weak evidence. Because the witnesses are not named, we don't know how many of them there are. The chain of transmission of the evidence isn't secure. It's reported as hearsay. So we can say fair play to him on that front.
No, that's fine, right? But there are studies done on NDEs. There are studies done on demonic possession where people have been named. There are tons of such experiences which have been where the person has not withheld or has not requested the names be withheld because of obvious reason, because people get stereotyped, or people get this viewed differently, right? Our society still has this stigmatized, right? That's the word I was looking for. So there are certain reasons why people hesitate in giving out names, right? And for the individuals, if you're trying to claim that I need to be able to do a scientific inquiry, essentially I need to be able to take whatever evidence that you've collected, go back to these individuals and corroborate the stories with what they actually claim. Fair enough. Reach out to the author, ask them for their sources. Go ahead, meet up with the sources, and do the scientific inquiry. But
what's their conclusive proof that other people dream?
Yeah. So whatever the case is, you're making a statement without actually having done all you could have done for it. Just because you're being lazy and not wanting to do that inquiry or not wanting to take the effort to corroborate the evidence that has been collected by a particular individual, right?
Well, this is something that's interesting because he said he'd really looked, but across the Islamic world, especially if you go back in history, there's tons of accounts of demonic possession. Although I'm not aware of any that involves levitation. And this is the thing. Usually, there's an alternative naturalistic perspective, which would obviously be preferred by someone who's predisposed to it. Plus, people looking at healing and things like that throughout the whole Islamic period have sometimes struggled with, is this related to black magic, to jinn, or just something else that's going on that's more mundane? And often it's not mutually exclusive, which is which. Yeah,
that's true as well. You can be going through depression, and that could be a cause for the demonic possession, or the demonic possession becomes a cause for depression or other ailments.
Yeah, and depression is as viewed in the West would necessarily involve what Ibn Taymiyyah would call in his book a sickness of the heart, so they're really inseparable. And those, again, just in normal Western medical view, can cause or contribute to all sorts of other further breakdowns in the body. Because it can affect your sleep, affects the buildup of your cortisol, affects your organs. You can practically die from it. But at some point they call it sort of other ailments rather than tracing it all the way back to a root. But there's a few other things to say though on this. I mean, one thing that's always interests me is if someone reports someone levitated because there was a powerful magnetic field, a lot of people would just be like, I mean, okay, if you know how strong a magnetic field you need, you can levitate frogs with a magnetic field. It's no problem. It's well known. Yeah. People believe that. Why do people believe that? How many people have actually gone and levitated a frog with magnets themselves to check?
How many have witnessed it?
Huh?
How many witnesses are there for that?
Well, no, exactly. Like, think of it. This is the whole point of the thought experiment. Is why is it? You can go to a naturalist and say, "Frog levitated. Magnetic field can levitate a frog," and they just go, "Cool, that's so cool. I'm going to repeat that as a fact." Or I'm going to check, and if it's someone corroborates it on the internet, or enough people corroborate it on the internet, I'm going to call it a fact, without going and getting themselves a however many giant Tesla magnet, and I think it's something like 10, 15 Tesla, which is really, really super strong, and you can levitate frogs. You know, why do they not need that level of evidence before they, you know, will believe it? Whereas, you know, if you'd gone to the same people and said, you know, someone did some spell, do some magic, bearing in mind what Arthur C. Clarke said about magic being, you know, a form of technology, or, you know, not well understood technology. If someone had said, oh, some magic was used to levitate a frog, the same naturalist would go, rubbish. It either didn't happen, or we know of a naturalistic explanation. And as soon as their world is opened up about what can happen in the natural world enough, that it's no longer called magic, it now has another name. Its mechanism is better understood. Oh, now it's totally plausible, and now I'm not even going to challenge the evidential basis that well. That it's a really subtly hidden double standard that comes back to.
It is, and it shows up in so many weird ways, right? The idea that, for example, why do we believe in black holes? How many actual human beings have seen or done the study of the data to confirm that black holes exist? Or the idea that we've been to the moon, how many of us have actually seen or witnessed that? If you're going to be skeptical about everything that is hard to achieve or almost difficult to do, why should most of the people in the world accept the idea that people live in the International Space Station when we've not witnessed them? Why should we accept all of these different matters?
Yeah, well, right? It's interesting, you know, to do with it's to do with the amount of evidence you need. It always brings to mind this Carl Sagan quote: "Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence." But anyone who says that is admitting straight out that they are a selective skeptic. And they are selective based on their existing current belief system, which means they're basically a product of their local geography, in Alex's word before, ironically, right? Because it's just, well, this is what I consider normal, or what I've been brought up with, and the more extraordinary or different it is from that, the more evidence it needs. That's all it boils down to. But it's not really more. It's what kind of evidence, and what's the claim, and how do I decide, you know, what evidence, what weighting I give to what evidence, and what is this threshold for belief? Is it contextual? Like, you know, some people often say, well, if you put a gun to my head, I would say this, but I don't have to make a decision. So, you know, or you know, so essentially, are you forced to really, you know, put some action to this belief, or is it just, you know, hypothetical? You don't really believe it, or it hasn't really been tested. So I think there's a lot to unpack regarding, you know, what is the foundation of your belief system, what is your epistemology, and so on. And this is something that's interesting, because a lot of rationalists will say, you know, well, we don't practice selective skepticism, because obviously if you have no foundation, skepticism is your foundation, but you apply it selectively, you're just saying you're ignorant, prejudiced product of your environment, and you have no real foundation at all. So they wouldn't accept that. So no, we're not selectively skepticists. But they are, because every human being is. At least with Islam, we can own it, and we can say, yes, we have the Shahada. We know what the roots of our faith actually are. We know the root and branches and how the system works. We know why we are selectively accepting some things and rejecting other things, because they align with or against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his names and attributes, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the evidence is down there, and so on and so forth, you know. So, but this is interesting again, because there's almost different territory, which is, on the one hand, arguments from someone who believes in God, And on the other hand, arguments aimed towards someone who doesn't believe in God to quote unquote get them to believe in God. And this is where that total moron Brenda doesn't understand the first thing about why there's no point debating someone like them, is because I can't guide them. Nobody except God can. They would have to be open to it in the first place. But the same, this thing about convincing people by debates, it's just a practice of psychological manipulation. That's all it is. It's a tool or a magic trick. People like what's it called? There's a famous TV show, sort of psychologist, magician, Damien something, I think he was.
Is this the British show that we're talking about?
Yeah, British show.
Okay,
what's his name? Do you know the guy I'm thinking about?
No, I have no idea. That's why I was asking.
Okay, if I get the name, he'll be really famous. I'll Google it later. But essentially, there's like one of the tricks he used that I often like referring to is quite interesting. He goes into a room, he plays 13 grandmasters, and he wins some games, draws. He basically ends up doing very well against a bunch of grandmasters, and they're all like, that's amazing. I don't, how did you do that? And it turned out that he was basically just playing them all together in a circle, just playing each one's move off against the last one. And so because the difference with him is he always exposes how the trick works. Another one was where he placed a whole load of cues in this person's life and their surroundings and so on for a few days prior, and ended up getting them to become an accomplice in a robbery. Like a staged robbery, obviously, because it was a show. And these kind of tricks can really work. Sorry, getting a little bit off topic there, but I guess what I'm talking about is actually, how did I get onto that? Because there's different places I could go from that. I wanted to backtrack and check how I got into it.
Even I've forgotten. We're
okay. So it's one thing I was gonna say essentially is
essentially
right. It's how your brain is prepared, what it's prepared to accept, and how it's been taken. We started with levitating frogs and things like this, and essentially saying, what's your basis for belief, and then talking about how what you believe can happen or did happen can be adapted and manipulated in actually a relatively short space of time. Maybe a different and other interesting one to consider is you can make people believe they're stupid in about 5 minutes. There's a video you can see on YouTube. It's a famous experiment where in school they sort of one half of the classroom they gave some anagrams to, and the other half of the classroom they gave other anagrams to. And what the teacher did was say, everyone try and solve the first anagram and put up your hand when you're finished. And then same for the second one, and then same for the third one. And the right-hand side of the class all put their hand up within the first few seconds, and the left-hand side of the class, none of them could solve it. And then did the same for the second one. And by the time they got to the third anagram, almost no one on the left could do it. Almost everyone on the right could do it. The first two anagrams, the ones on the right, had a very easy anagram to solve. The ones on the left was literally impossible. There was no solution to it. But the third line was the same for both sides. And so she'd induced learned helplessness, made these people think they're stupid, inadequate, can't do it, just by a very, very quick sort of few methods. So long story short, I know I've gone through quite a bunch of different rabbit holes there, but essentially, where your starting point is and what you accept to begin with makes a huge difference on the perspective you take on these things in the first place, and then how you would go through and understand them. And leave that comment up because I'll get to it in a minute. And so when you come back to this thing of demonic possession, we say jinns, which is not the same thing as demons, and then what are the symptoms of it? What does it look like? What are we talking about? We would expect to see medical signs in Islam of jinn possession most of the time. Carl Jung identified the shadow, which is very widely known and understood in psychology, and to me seems to closely relate to the idea of the qareen. which is the jinn that's attached to us. So, you know, is that evidence of the supernatural? What counts as evidence? What counts as supernatural? This is what it boils down to. It boils down to epistemology, and ultimately boils down to the articles of faith that you've taken a priori before you started considering this question. And the point there is that Muslims know we have articles of faith. We know what they are, they function in the belief system, how they fit in with everything else, and why they're there. Justifications, reasons for them, fine, but ultimately we know that. Whereas often people are not able to admit to themselves when they're not religious or don't classify themselves as religious that they also have articles of faith and point to exactly what they are. Usually there's a whole hidden layer of actual articles of faith below the things they admit to be articles of faith.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that was a way longer response to that one than I had intended, but that's almost like a whole podcast episode on its own. So what did Mighty Sarlacc say? He says, I agree with that. I just said so much stuff. I don't know exactly which that it is, but we'll see if we can get the context. If you're an atheist like I am, you are willing to accept physical parts of the universe that has been calculated by gravity like black holes and not accept a God hypothesis. Physical parts of the universe that has been calculated by gravity like black holes. Calculated by gravity. I don't know if that's a deep observation where he's thinking of the universe as being a information processing machine and literally means a calculation that is being done by gravity acting on things, and black holes being an example, because black hole computers are a theoretical thing as well. Or if he's talking about the fact that people have done calculations based on the model of general relativity, and from that concluded that there could be these things called black holes, and then gone looked in the sky and seen the kind of light patterns in their telescopes that they would expect if there were black holes. So you are willing to accept physical parts. I'm sorry, Mighty Tyler. I given what I've said, are you able to rephrase or clarify that so I can address it?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because
maybe just if you can jump on, we can have a more interesting conversation with you.
It would probably be more interesting. I mean, I think what he's trying to get at is that, in his view, there's been some calculations done and there's some evidence for black holes where there's not evidence for God, I think. And this is what it boils down to, right? It's and again, what I said before, I don't think it's right to have these things in separate realms. If you look
he's accepting. I actually think he's just accepting what we've been saying for a while, that anything like black holes or the idea that that we were on the moon or things like that are more acceptable to him because he's an atheist who would accept these type of things.
But of course, so he's saying you can accept some things that you can't directly observe yourself or go visit, whereas other things like God hypothesis you wouldn't. But this is kind of what I'm getting at is actually if you call them the black hole or the gravity hypothesis or general relativity hypothesis, and then call it another one a God hypothesis. Well, I mean, if you make that not a God but the God.
There's this one as well, which he said before he said the other two. So I would say black hole.
Physical thing in reality, you actually have to go down to what your definition of physical thing is. Because, I mean, a black hole, really? In what sense? So you have this event horizon, but you don't even know if you're crossing the event horizon. It's like, is the border between two countries a real thing or an abstract thing? There is some actual supposed effect from an event horizon where these things called light cones flip around, and that's what means things can't escape back out. But that's not necessarily as sharp edged as people previously thought. So I guess what I'm saying there is, okay, is a constellation a physical thing, or is it just like some abstraction over some visible stars? Now, if you say, okay, yeah, constellation is a physical thing, for example, okay, you can accept the ontology of those things as opposed to this non-physical omni-properties. Well, hang on, can you? Because how do you have gravity in the first place without non-physical properties? What about thermodynamics? What about even momentum, Newton's laws? What about continuity? Like, basically, all of these foundations are non-physical abstractions, and then underneath them you have like physical manifestations or relationships or something that those abstractions were built to somehow represent. And you know, so in general, you've got a problem there, because you've essentially just said if we have a level playing field, you've essentially just admitted to being and I mean that in the nicest possible way, to admitting to being a polytheist as opposed to a monotheist. The only difference is I would say, yeah, all those things, and they're under God. And so I have the simplest ontology. It's consistent with those things, and it's able to update in the face of new information and all this kind of stuff. But also it does solve real paradoxes in the real physical world about, for example, where did the information come from? You know, how do you have you know, the Big Bang, where there's supposed to be a huge amount of chaos and disorder, and then things get more ordered, essentially more information in the system. This is kind of counter to how things would happen if energy were conserved across the universe. But if you have general relativity in the mix, you don't actually have a notion of energy on the universal scale you can describe. So maybe even energy conservation's out. But even so, you still have this problem with entropy. And this is where, again, physicists are looking at, yeah, where did the information come from? How does this universe work from an entropic standpoint? That's just one of many kind of sort of physical lines of inquiry you can look at and say, well, actually, it does make much more sense that there was a creator. And this isn't an argument from ignorance. It's just saying, well, if I'm going to utilize my evidence as effectively as possible, if I'm going to apply the same kind of scientific method as I apply in every other situation, then I would stick with that hypothesis, or that being the default view, until I find something better, because there hasn't been something better than God coming out yet. There's just been a polytheist sort of rendition of stuff, and that's obviously just my view. Well, not just my view, but that is my view. I'm gonna, since I'm not a physicist, I can't answer in a coherent way. Sorry, it's over my head. I'm sorry. The answer is over. I'm sorry you feel the answer's over your head. If you were here in the studio and you dialed in, I would be able to kind of try and bring it to a level where we're able to sort of talk on more mutually understandable terms. If you're not here, I don't really have any choice but to be as technically accurate as I can, and that can just make things messy. But if you were here and we were dynamically chatting, we can establish some realm of analogies, and I can clarify when it's in or out of the analogy. So I'm sorry for that, Mike. It's interesting points you raise, but ultimately for me, what it boils down to is, don't be so sure you know what is physical and non-physical. Think about what is a law? What is the law itself? Whatever you think a physical law is, okay, well, at some point you've got this metaphysical thing, this about physics thing, which isn't actually physical. And then there's the physical stuff as the evidence for it. Why are you allowed those as long as they're separate agencies of some kind, and not allow it if there's one of them that's supreme above the others?
Yeah, so feel free to jump on, Mighty Sarlek. It seems like you're really trying to think things through, and we may be able to give you a different perspective. So we do believe that the concept of God, it is so simple to understand, and especially how Islam actually presents it. It is, yes, there are nuances, but you don't need to get into them. You can understand the simple in its simplistic form and live a practical life through it. Right. So feel free to come up, have a conversation. Hopefully, it will benefit you. I mean, we're not forcing you into taking any stance. We're just asking you for a conversation. Right. Let's continue. I think I would agree mostly with the next one. Let's see.
The Bible has contradictions. Okay, you think you found an apparent contradiction that the church hasn't known about for 2,000 years? Every apparent contradiction can be explained by understanding just a little bit of theology.
Every contradiction? All of them? Look, you're right. I wouldn't claim to have discovered some new contradiction that nobody has noticed before. I would just say that the proposed solutions to many of them seem to be, shall we say, theologically motivated. The one contradiction that you flashed on screen is probably the least troublesome contradiction that you could possibly have chosen. So, how about, for instance, 1. Matthew and Luke give different genealogies for Jesus' lineage. Matthew says that Jacob is Joseph's father, whilst Luke says that Heli is Joseph's father. Some people claim that Luke is actually giving Mary's lineage while Matthew is giving Joseph's. Heli is Mary's father. It's just recorded as Joseph's father because Joseph was Heli's son-in-law. Augustine's solution to the problem was to suggest that Jacob is his biological father, while Heli is his adopted father. And sure, they're both possible, but really the most natural interpretation of the text, if you're not already motivated to harmonize the accounts. It's not impossible to reconcile them in this kind of way, but doesn't the need to do so at least slightly lower your credence in the text? 2. The date of Jesus' crucifixion. Was it after the Passover, as the Synoptic Gospels claim, or the eve of the Passover, as John's Gospel claims? My friend and biblical scholar John Nelson just wrote an article on this contradiction. He's a Christian who used to think it could be reconciled, but changed his mind. I'll link it down below. His new Substack, behindthegospels.com, is well worth subscribing to if you're into this kind of thing. 3. In John's Gospel, after finding Jesus' tomb empty, Mary Magdalene runs to Simon Peter and John and says, "They have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we do not know where they have put him." Strange thing for her to say if, as Matthew records, an angel appeared to Mary Magdalene at the tomb, telling her exactly where Jesus had gone, and then Jesus himself appeared to her when she was on the way to the disciples. Why would she then have said to the disciples, "We do not know where they have taken the Lord"? 4. Jesus is sending out his disciples to teach. In Mark, he tells them, "Take nothing for the journey except a staff." In Luke, he tells them, "Take nothing for the journey, no staff." So, do they take a staff or not? In Barnabas Ahern's essay, Staff or No Staff, he suggests that there are 2 types of staff that Jesus is talking about in either account. He points out that Augustine distinguished between a real staff in Matthew's Gospel and a metaphorical staff in Mark's Gospel. I mean, sure, if you absolutely need the accounts to harmonize, you can suggest all kinds of reasons for this apparent contradiction. But wouldn't it be easier to just say that, yeah, the accounts are different? Because look, who the hell cares about small contradictions? If these documents are truly historical accounts, we'd expect them to have minor differences as people try to accurately remember events and remember them slightly different detail. That's actually cause for suspicion. It's evidence that they've made up the story and rehearsed it. So I don't see contradictions like this as a big problem, but you want to claim that there are no contradictions to be found at all. And I'm sorry, but I'm just not convinced that these kinds of explanations cut the mustard seed.
The Gospels were anonymous. Okay, anonymous doesn't mean we have no idea.
Okay, so yeah.
You want to go first, or shall I?
Any disagreements? I don't think I would. No, to be honest, like when it comes to Christianity, we know that it's truth mixed with falsehood. It's people who we don't know who the writers are. We don't know who the people are. Right? We don't know their actual motivations, right? So even where we do know their motivations, we don't really understand fully what those motivations are, right? Like, for example, Luke says that he's just writing it because everybody else is writing it. But like there's still a huge gap in our understanding of what it was, what setting it was in which he wrote this down. So anyway,
Yeah,
I
I
would
mean that's in terms of historical analysis. I think there's what's interesting here is the Bible at some point became treated as or elevated as if it was an alternative to the Quran. They're actually very, very different kinds of books. It's a false equivalence to say that the Quran is the Muslim version of the Bible, or the Bible's the Christian version of the Quran. That's a very often peddled position, and it's completely unsupportable on any level. And one of the main reasons for this is that the Quran does actually have divine protection, and it has actually proved that out historically, and so on. And if people want to, challenge that, there's plenty of discussion about different qira'at and reading of it, and the fact that the Quran is the spoken, not the mushaf, which is the actual written down spelling of it. So yeah, but it has been preserved. So the thing is, if it hasn't been divinely protected, that puts a lot of Christians in a terrible quandary, because they're not satisfied with it being a historically recorded document that can contain some errors, right? Because they're taking it as an absolute source of truth. So they really are in a bind. On the one hand, Alex is absolutely right. As a historical document, it's kind of less suspicious if there are at least some conflicting accounts, in a similar way that if two witnesses to something in a courtroom were completely in lockstep and they'd had a chance to confer before they gave their testimonies, that would being two in lockstep would actually be cause for suspicion, and then they'd find them both mutually making the same lie, at which case they would then be accused of collusion. So but if you accept that, so you accept that as being part of its historical veracity, then you deny that it's been preserved by God. And if you deny it's been preserved by God, then it can't be like the Quran is, as in the actual word of God. And also it raises these questions. Well, yeah, how would God allow his word to be corrupted, and why, and all that kind of stuff? Well, from Islamic perspective, we know that's exactly the story of all the prophets before, and that's one of the things that made Prophet Muhammad so unique in the miracle and gift that he brought. It was the one that's uniquely preserved. So there's all that stuff that makes it different for Islam than for Christians. I really wanted to point out that thing about the paradox of protection, being able to trust it's from God, being able to rely on it functionally, and whether or not there's differences of accounts, or irreconcilable accounts in it. And the other thing is that the kind of apologetics he's pointing to is the church fathers having come up with some system of excuses, or at least you can fish about the different church fathers and eventually find some system of excuses, or get lost in some system of rabbit holes in relation to all the apparent contradictions. That's very different from Islam. In Islam, you have resolutions that clearly follow rationally, step by step, based on evidences, linguistic analysis, cross references, hadith sciences, which is a very, very rigorous system, and so on. It's a whole different world. And one of the things that makes me laugh sometimes is when Christians try and attack the Quran and say, "Oh, look at this thing in your Quran." Yeah, the Islamic dilemma being one kind of example. And it's like, take the log out of your eye, not to give a two-quote fallacy, but when it comes to their book, they don't mind all these contradictions and problems. But when it comes to Islam and apparent contradictions, they're like, "Ha! You see, your whole theology is bust." But the thing is, in ours, the apparent contradiction shows up a lack of understanding in a genuine, whereas in Christianity, they say that, but what it really means is it shows up a lack of willingness to put your faith in the church fathers, which is very different from putting your faith in the actual scripture itself, or rather in the scripture.
And he didn't even bring up some of the ones from the Old Testament, where, for example, we have different ages listed for people at this for the same event. For example, some of the kings were 18 and 8 at the same time, or 22 or 42 at the same time, and things like that, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
Sheikh Uthman has pretty much made it uh, very much a meme for these Christians. Take their Bible, show them these contradictions, ask them for an explanation. You don't have one. You know there is none, right? And every time you try to explain it, it just shows that it creates more problems for them than it solves for them, right? So I think Alex is right on the bet. But the one thing that piques my interest is the idea that this is important to them as well. That there shouldn't be contradictions if it is a holy scripture. There shouldn't be contradictions if it is divinely inspired,
This
because they understand it. Sorry?
someone just says your Quran confirms the Injil, and I don't know if he's serious or making a joke and mocking the Islamic dilemma. Do you know this person?
Iman Shield. Oh,
Man Shield. Probably joking. Yeah, if he's called it Man Shield.
okay.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. He is
was
joking. Okay, good.
yeah. Okay.
Fair enough. Assalamu alaikum, akhi. Just seeing if there's anything worth putting out from the comments to respond to.
Now, if any one of you wants us to respond to a comment, just tag me in the comment, because I'm keeping tag me by my name, Faisal, in the comment, because I'm keeping track of that.
Okay, yeah, good
Right.
stuff.
All right,
Gospels,
let's continue.
we can run through the Gospels thing, but I mean, it's. I don't see why this is even anything to do with an argument for atheism. To be honest, we should probably just skip past it.
Yeah, we can skip past. So let's jump to the mythological development. Is that on? Okay, that's also Bible. Let's actually get to this one. This one is interesting. Sorry, didn't go there. Okay, here.
The Bible supports slavery. No, it doesn't. Just because there's slavery in the Bible doesn't mean the Bible supports it. There are some Old Testament verses that could be interpreted as condoning slavery, but Jesus himself said that the Old Testament made accommodations to people's sinful state.
Some Old Testament verses could be interpreted. There's just no way that anybody who reads the Hebrew Bible can seriously defend this. Genuinely, this is the most untenable position in the entire video, if you ask me. Once again, I have a whole podcast about this time with Joshua Bowen. It's over an hour and a half of detailed descriptions of exactly how the Bible supports slavery. But just to take some examples, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished, that is probably by death, if the slave dies as a direct result, but then not to be punished with death if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. I suppose this could be interpreted as the Old Testament endorsing slavery. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Sure, but of course the New Testament does away with all of this. In the Old Testament, God, despite completely prohibiting all kinds of practices, including imaginary crimes like witchcraft, obviously couldn't abolish slavery for whatever reason. But the New Testament solved this problem with verses such as 18, slaves, in reverence yourself to your masters, not only to the good and considerate, but also to those who are harsh. Oh. Okay, now Peter does say that this is because it is commendable if someone bears up under the pain of practice of
Faisal, we're
slavery
losing some of
in
the
general.
audio.
Paul in Ephesians also legitimizes the practice of slavery. Slaves, obey masters with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Again, Paul
Faisal,
does then
can you hear
go on.
me?
Okay. How much of
Because the
audio did you
and
lose?
yeah,
I can hear you now. Sorry, it was.
Base wasn't talking. I think you've got this delay issue back again.
Yeah, I think so. I don't want to restart. Can we do the count again? 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6.
7, 8, 9.
Okay, that's quite a long delay.
Oh, okay, that's bad. Okay, what I'll do is we'll finish up this section, and I'll let you continue, and while I try resetting my browser. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just respond to this bit, sort of monologuing, then while you drop off and try and come back.
Okay, let me finish up this section,
Okay.
and then we can see.
Want to
So I
say
was
that
gonna
masters
briefly say,
should also treat their slaves in the same.
Let me finish up this section, the slave thing, because it is interesting for people to see what this is.
Respectful
yeah,
way,
we
since
can
the
do,
father
yeah.
doesn't favor the master over the slave, which is great and progressive for the time, perhaps, but it still recognizes the earthly practice of slavery and doesn't take the opportunity to condemn the practice in principle. Now, for what it's worth, maybe the kind of slavery described here, where masters are good to slaves, is nowhere near as bad as the kind of slavery that comes to mind from, say, American history. Maybe this kind of slavery is actually perfectly moral. But to say that the Bible didn't condone and legitimize it at all is simply untrue. Some people like to point to a verse in Galatians where Paul writes that in Christ there is neither slave nor free. But he's clearly talking here about the relevance of either status to salvation, not the existence of the practice on earth. I mean, in the very next words, he says, nor is there male and female. But I never see Christians using this as to justify a biblically motivated gender abolitionism.
And also, slave owners.
That was a good
was
point
maybe laugh, not
that
gonna
you
lie.
brought up at the end. I'm gonna reset my browser, and then we'll see. All right.
All right, cool, inshallah. So while Faisal's doing that, I mean, this is really a bit off topic because it's not an argument for atheism or against atheism at all. It shouldn't affect your views one way or another, whether or not or to what degree Christianity and the Bible condones what kind of slavery as well. Shouldn't make any difference as to whether or not atheism is right or justified or true. There's this sort of lens of, it's Christian is the highest of the religions because it's the ones the Europeans had before the next highest religion, which is the one they made up themselves, which is naturalism, which is a actually just restarting from the very beginning with different forms of different clothing on the same kind of underlying polytheism as came from the Greeks in the first place. So, I mean, Alex was sort of almost too busy pointing out the absurdity of saying that, Bible may sort of support slavery. Like, come on. He was too sort of fixed on that to actually put forward the point of the moral argument. What he's trying to say is, or rather where this is useful to the atheist, is to say, well, there's some moral argument against God or against this text being from a good God if it condones this kind of behavior. And there is something to that. However, there is forms of slavery that are within Sharia, if you use the term slave carefully, bearing in mind that the Prophet ﷺ himself was called a slave, just like we're all called slaves. So you got to be really careful with the terminology here. For example, human beings do not and cannot own other human beings in Islam at all. Right? All human beings are owned by God. Any human being that you have some trust or responsibility over is imana, a trust from God. He's the owner. So already there's very, very different perspectives on any of it. Whether or not that makes any difference to you would depend a lot on whether or not your preconceived notion of it. But the point I'm trying to make is that anyone who thinks they're in a position to morally judge God has one of two choices. They either don't understand this concept of God, or they're just as arrogant and as Iblis, as Satan, the arch Shaitan himself, because you're a limited human being with very limited cognitive understanding, very limited understanding of what this earth and this existence and why we're here, let alone the the akhirah, or the afterlife from here. So a lot of humans will say, a lot of humanists, I should say, would say, well, our moral system is better than this so-called God-given one, but their moral system is based on the concept and the precept that this life is all there is, and that's how what's moral good is decided. But if it is true that this life is a specific test for a specific purpose, and it's a very, very short femtosecond, or even shorter, it's an infinitesimal compared to the hereafter, then it would be ridiculous and absurd to base your morality on, or judge your morality within this life. It simply doesn't make any sense. So there's this catch-22 in your belief system there. So any kind of moral argument presupposes that your understanding of the world and its purpose and the purpose of people and everything else is correct, and really has to either presuppose that there is no God, or that if there is one, then your intellect is superior to his. And so either way, you've nobody can try and justify the second, so you've pushed yourself towards the first.
Here's a question I want to ask. If someone, how do you determine one moral standard versus another? Would you basically claim that one standard is better than the other on the basis of the fact that whoever set up those standards has better wisdom or more knowledge of the consequences of each action? Because if that is the case, it goes without saying that a transcendent being that is omniscient and all wise will come up with a better standard than whatever else this anyone living on Earth collectively
absolutely can. And what's really interesting to me here is I'm not sure if you did this knowingly or not, but you went automatically to a consequentialist framework for morality.
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't do it because I don't really understand all of these different frameworks that are out there.
Okay, so the consequentialist framework is a very, very common one. It's almost sort of the default position, which is whether or not something's moral or not is based on its consequences, and what's the lesser of two evils or the greater good. And this is where then there's different sort of sub-factions or schools of thought in terms of well, how do I determine the utility, like utilitarianism of something, like is some people having lots of happiness at the expense of some people having some misery okay, or is no misery okay, no happiness okay if it comes at the expense of someone's misery? Or what if you have this the whole system set up so that one small bunch of people are ecstatically happy and everyone else is a little bit miserable, like which so there's all of these kind of different thought experiments come up in terms of, well, how do we assess this consequentialism? But this is all under the assumption that you could actually figure out what the consequences are of either following a moral in a particular circumstance, or worse still, having that moral framework in place in the entire non-linear, hyper-complex world of interacting human beings, in which case you really can't evaluate the consequences. And that's even just in this life over the next few weeks, let alone, I say few weeks because of weather forecast as an example, and let alone, you know, if it turns out you're wrong and there is an akhirah, there is an afterlife, you obviously have no way to talk about what's the optimum consequences for this. Right, because you know, if someone has suffering in this world and it gets them closer to Allah in a way that means their hereafter is even an infinitesimal better, then that would add up to a greater consequentialist utility anyway. And one of the reasons I find this interesting is because a lot of philosophers realize that consequentialism doesn't really work in the naturalistic framework or worldview, but they don't really have anything better or any better kind of moral basis. Whereas consequentialism is natural in Islam, and it's the language in everywhere. That's why I asked you if you'd sort of noticed, because you're always talking about what's the consequences. You know, Allah brings or withholds the consequences in His mercy at His will according to His plan and so on. And yeah, your actions have consequences, your choices have consequences, and so on. You know, this is essentially a natural foundation for morality, but it only works if there exists someone who knows and can calculate the consequences. And that's why it's completely stuck in Western philosophy, and why there's not really any good moral framework.
All right, let's continue. I'm actually gonna skip the slave section. Let's
yeah, I mean, that's what I was just sort of monologuing on while you were resetting. And we ended up here because it was essentially anything relevant to atheism was moral argument.
Yeah. Okay. That's,
there's a question for me popped up apparently.
Yeah, there's something in the backstage. So depending on the question, I cannot see it right now, Brother Sam, because I rejoined. But if you can see the question, if you think it is fit to respond here, then do so. If you think we should talk to the brother after the stream, we should let him know that.
Oh, it was. I see it's in a private chat. Let me just read it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he just says he wants to ask a question.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead. You can drop it in the chat or ask it live if you want.
I cannot bring him up because his device is not connected. So he would have to post it in the back. While he puts this question in there, let's just continue. Right. Yep. So this is
another. Skip it if it's not directly atheism relevant, because I think a lot of these are just sort of Christian versus.
There's a couple of them that would come up. I think we should address this one as well. I think it is pretty much the same. God kills people in the Bible. Let's actually skip that.
Yeah, this is the same thing where Islam's unabashedly very clear and just says, yeah, it's right. And there's good reasons for it, and he's wise, and you can't judge him.
Atheist countries are more prosperous.
Atheist countries are more prosperous. Yes, it's true that Northern European countries are very prosperous and very secular, but correlation doesn't equal causation. It's not like atheism causes prosperity. It's that prosperity causes atheism, because when people have comfortable lives, they don't feel a need to depend on God. But why are these particular countries so prosperous in the first place? They may be secular now, but they're rooted in generations and generations of Protestant Christianity. If you want an example of a country that's atheist and not rooted in Christianity, look at communist China.
Yeah, I don't much like this kind of argument. For a start, I don't even really know how you can measure a nation's prosperity without presupposing a bunch of worldview assumptions. I suppose it's also impossible to say how much a country's prior religion is relevant to its current religion and prosperity level. I mean, sure, communist China grew out of non-Christian society, but communist Russia grew out of an Orthodox Christian society. But anyway, even if religious societies are more prosperous, this only tells us that belief in God is socially beneficial, not that God actually exists. Still something atheists spring up all the time, of course, so I completely understand why it's worth including this, but just bear that in mind.
There's 4,000 gods that people believe in, and you're atheist to 3,999 of them. I just go one god further. Okay, this isn't the gotcha that you think it is, because the question of whether some sort of god exists is fundamentally different from the...
Sorry, my mouse was giving me some trouble. Okay, found it.
Oh,
So,
I thought you just
this
take
idea
it anymore and wanted to respond to this bullshit.
Yeah, atheist countries are more prosperous, right?
Oh, is that the one you want
Is
to respond to?
prosperity measure of truthfulness? Is prosperity a measure of truthfulness?
Not at all. I think Alex responded very well to say it's a crap argument to come from the atheists in the first place. Because how do you even measure prosperity? How do you measure the relationship, of the previous belief system? A lot of this actually bleeds into what I said about how do you blame the religion for the war, although he's got some work to do to reconcile where he's willing to put blame and where he says it's not reasonable to. But he's correct to say that none of this has any bearing as an argument for whether or not God exists. And remember also what I said before about where he argued that around your geographical or your location being a good indicator for your religion. And remember I said, well, maybe God makes certain countries more at ease in this dunya and less in difficulties, and others more in difficulties and less at ease, precisely because he's putting some people in more ease and some people in more difficulty, precisely because he knows what trials they're capable of, how close they're going to get to him, what kind of choices they'll make, and so on. And you remember, like in the Islamic view, there'll be many people who are given ease in this life and all sorts of abundance in this life, only for this life, and then will regret every inch of it in the next life. So we would expect to see that as well. So there's basically, I don't know why it's supposed to make a problem for Christians. It's not a very good argument from really any perspective, and has absolutely zero applicability, and on the contrary, already a very good explanation in Islam.
All right.
I mean, if anything, you would say that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in what he told us predicted what we're seeing now, but I'm not sure it's right to say it was really a prediction. It's just the framework that he put down makes perfect sense with what we're seeing. It matches up exactly what someone might have predicted or tried to predict had they made a prediction. But bear in mind, in Islam, we recoil from making predictions as much as possible. There has to be very, very good justification for trying to, because predictions is talking about the al-ghaib, and you can very, very quickly and closely get too close to shirk or some other kind of related forbidden activities or soothsaying, by doing so.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue. I do have the question from Maker in the backstage. If you want to have a look at that, if you think we can respond to it now, fine. But we do have a stream coming up where we're going to be discussing, is this modal logic or this is possible events? A set of possible events, like you say, okay. So do you think it may be more appropriate for him to wait till we respond to him? Or if you want to respond now, fine.
Let's see if we can get through. Well, I'm not sure actually. I mean, it's an interesting question to divert to. Can you stick it on screen and we'll sort of talk about it briefly and then sort of decide?
Okay, let me see.
I'm not sure if it's too big. Take it on screen.
There's more in there, so let him actually post everything and then we'll bring it up. Let's continue with Alex.
Okay.
There's 4,000 gods that people believe in, and you're atheist to 3,999 of them. I just go one god further. Okay, this isn't the gotcha that you think it is, because the question of whether some sort of God exists is fundamentally different from the question of which religion is right about God.
Yeah, I agree with this. It's a bad argument if it is an argument. I do find that it's a useful tool for helping people to understand what it's like to not believe in God, but it certainly doesn't function as an actual argument against any God.
If God created everything, then who created God? Well, God is
Well, hold up.
Yeah. So
How does it
they
explain what it's like to not believe in God? It's interesting because Alex, I think, has this problem where he's been unable to recognize actual monotheism in Islam and Judaism, or particularly the clean version of it in Islam, from the pseudo monotheism that you get in typical Trinitarian Christianity.
And Hinduism.
Being generous to call it pseudo monotheism, and sort of with Brahman and Hinduism, if you count things that way. And
we gotta put it in perspective. So putting Christianity and Hinduism together will help people realize that it's in that category. It's not in the category of Judaism and Islam.
Right. Yeah, but this is the crucial thing. This idea of one God further. This is all colonialist projection in the first place, because they view everything that has some statue and idol as being a god, which is the things that we call false gods. You see, so they identify as being a god, as being the things that we identify as being false gods, and so when they reject what they identify as God, we also reject it because we call it a false god. But they are unable to put their finger on, point out, talk about, recognize, or understand at all, in the slightest, the actual concept of Tawheed and the 99 names of attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and how this works together as one cogent concept and so on. So they don't understand. It's not one God further. It's a whole different concept. You just need to read Surah Al-Ikhlas to show that you've automatically made a category error and a straw man as soon as you put Allah in the category with other gods, and that's baked in and unarguable. So there you go. I mean, so anybody pulling anything like this is only showing that they do not understand what Islam is, and they just believe as an article of faith that they can pick up the Christian bashing that the Western philosophy was built on and just bash Muslims with it. Why not? I go back to what I said about Bible versus Quran being completely different books. Bible, if anything, is like a book of hadith that would be rejected by all hadith scientists, and that's it. It's got nothing else to it, right? So it's a whole different beast, but people don't give it that kind of respect and time. If they do, they become Muslim in most cases, or at least gain a ginormous amount of respect for it as a belief system and a position, philosophically, ethically, and so on. So there we go. The other thing I wanted to just tackle was where Alex said it's a useful concept to explain what it's like to not believe in a god, because he's essentially saying, well, you don't believe in XYZ deity, pick anything from the Greek pantheon or whatever, or pick Shiva from Hindu, and says, well, you don't believe in that, so you don't believe in the other ones. But that makes exactly the fallacy I was pointing about. Don't believe in a false god is different from don't believe in the true god. It's very, very different, and you don't need an example for not believing in something being any arbitrary thing. So that's what I'm getting at. They're different things. That's like saying, well, you don't believe in a tooth fairy, so that's the same thing as not believing in a god. Well, the concept of tooth fairy is quite different, and there's a different evidential and epistemic basis and different evidences. Like the tooth fairy doesn't have a religious book which has been validated to have existed from the output of a society of well-known, well-documented tooth fairies. So there's all this sort of fake sort of argumentation that goes on. And the other thing is, I've heard a very interesting sort of counter where people talk about being vegetarian. And this actually, Graham Oppie, I mentioned before, I don't think we're going to get to his video this time. He was going to be the second video he went through, where he says, well, I don't think it's right. You can't say I'm vegetarian with respect to everything except chicken. It's a position. You don't do that kind of thing. It doesn't actually make sense. And so therefore you're getting the wrong idea in the first place. But we might go through that when we see his video, although I think it might be a different one from the one we have queued up.
All right.
God.
If God created everything, then who created God? Well, God is defined as the uncaused causer. Everyone knows there needs to be a first cause at the beginning of the chain of all events in the universe, and it makes a lot more sense for that first cause to be a personal God who caused things for a reason, rather than some random impersonal force.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Right? Sure, first cause arguments are powerful and interesting. I've already discussed them ad nauseum, but briefly, I suppose I'd agree that if they are successful in establishing a first cause, it wouldn't really make sense to ask what caused that cause. Giving it attributes of traditional theism, however, is of course a separate question.
Science disproves God. Well, actually,
Whoa. Let's tackle that one quickly.
Yeah.
For one thing, can we just take a moment to appreciate he said God was defined as an uncaused causer? Excuse me? What? Where, how on earth is that the definition of God? Like that's what is what he is. Like, no, it's so much to him. You can't say, oh yeah, that's the root definition and everything else hangs under it. Like if you're gonna have a definition, is he's the one distinct from everything else, including distinct from his creation. Like you got to, if you're gonna have root elements, but the idea that being the uncaused causer is the primary definition of him is that made me laugh / cry. I had to laugh or cry. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah.
But so one quick thing is to say, when he talks about the first cause argument, I think Alex was being very generous, because if you look at just the causal chains, in the normal temporal sense of causal, you do have a whole number of problems. Even Imam al-Ghazali had deep problems with that and rejected it, specifically because of the impact it has on understanding Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's will. And in fact, almost inevitably ending up denying his will. A'udhu billah. And Imam Ghazali's correction of Kalam's argument is essentially what's now called the modal objection to the Kalam argument, which is some, I forget who it was, there's some relatively modern philosopher thought was a sort of clever thing to bring up, and Ghazali was way ahead of him. And this is the very resolution, which means that the only way out of the apparent paradox, and I mean not the only one I can see, but the only actual way out of the apparent paradox, is that this the As-Samad, the one who is free of need of sustenance and sustains everything else, that one has a will. If he doesn't have if he has a will, then we can have a universe of contingent things, of things that could have been another way. If he does not have a will, things could not have been any other way if he's the necessary cause, right? So it's interesting to me that Alex missed all that stuff, because he does have a detailed video where he talks about the sustaining reasons or sustaining entities rather than the first cause, and how and why it's much stronger. And he does also mention the modal objection, but he doesn't, and he's not the only one, he just doesn't seem to notice that what he essentially laid out is that there must be a root cause, and it must have a will, and it must be separate from the creation. So I'd love to talk to Alex about that stuff someday, because I really feel that's the one that I can see that putting that in front of him on a whiteboard would make him change. Not make him, would likely be a root of his guidance, inshallah. Just because of where he is and what he thinks about. Anyway, so yeah, there it is. Careful with the causal sustaining entity is much better. Also, obviously, much more cleanly locks in with Surah Al-Ikhlas. It's just a better way of approaching these things. Cool. Oh no, this one, yeah, we can play it, but this one is gonna grate me so much. I'm gonna have to take my earpiece out.
Church invented modern science. All the founders of the scientific revolution deeply believed in God, and medieval theologians laid the groundwork for modern science by saying the world was governed by an intelligent creator. That means we can understand the world with our intelligence. And studying God led to studying the world, because the world is God's creation.
I've talked about this before too. Sure, the founding fathers of science were religious, but who wasn't back then? And even if they weren't religious, we'd never know about it, since even expressing unorthodox cosmology, let alone atheism, was enough to get Galileo put under house arrest in Tuscany for the rest of his life. But more importantly, suppose for a second that it were the case that science completely disproves religion. I'm obviously not saying that it does, but if it did, then of course the founding fathers of science would have been religious, because they hadn't yet invented the scientific method that would go on to disprove religion. It's like saying, isn't it interesting that the Wright brothers, who invented the aeroplane that supposedly went on to produce the Boeing 747 jet, didn't themselves own a Boeing 747 jet? Doesn't that tell us something? And look, it may be true that early scientists were inspired by their theism. You say that the church invented modern science? A dubious claim, perhaps, but I'll just grant it. If so, so what? Just because science originated with religious thinkers, that doesn't make it impossible for science to have gone on to then undermine religion. Protestantism grew out of Catholicism, for example. That doesn't mean that it can't undermine it.
God is just used to fill in the gaps of things that science can't explain.
Yep.
You want to start?
No, you go ahead.
I mean, one of the things that frustrates me so much about that is the bold-faced lie, right? Christians invented modern science, the Christian church. The Christian church took Aristotelian physics, metaphysics and physics, pretty much right up until the fall of the Islamic Empire. The Islamic scholars were the only people who genuinely challenged it and genuinely developed it. Ibn Sina came up with the concept of male, which was momentum, specifically by challenging the Aristotelian view on motion and mass, and that concept of male is exactly the concept which, if you take he said that male, which is momentum, is it's a product of mass and velocity, and if you take that and then use Newton's fluxions to do the geometry on it, which is basically using the European method of tables and adaptation of algebra to do what the Arabs did with geometry a different way, then yeah, you end up with these so-called laws of motion, which are really just a specification of motion rather than an actual system of laws. It's just an accurate rendition of what we talk about with motion, and that's basically it. So and this is to obviously chemistry, distillation, all this kind of stuff, and all the stuff to do with healthcare, and it's completely, totally ignorant to claim that in any way, shape, or form, even down to the slightest bit, the science was founded by the people of the church. It's not in any aspect or element true. And if you take, yes, there were very clearly religious people, and it is interesting that even up to the people like Maxwell, Hamilton, and Tate, Right, so it's James Clerk Maxwell and William Rowan Hamilton and Peter Guthrie Tate were basically in the mid 1850s to 60s, really, is when they were sort of finishing up. And this was really when the Christianity was starting to collapse and under the weight of a lot of the naturalist approaches to stuff, and people were more and more getting sort of kicked out for having church, for having deep belief in God. It became more and more problematic to hold an academic position and have it founded on religion. So these people were the last ones to make these proper leaps in developing field theory, unifying ideas into this proper new way of thinking, unifying geometry and algebra in the way that Hamilton did, were people who were religious. And there is something to it that I can attest that, from my view, when I went from being atheist to being Muslim, having this top-down view where everything is under God, naturally and obviously, right, means that you have a higher ceiling to your helicopter perspective. It means you're more likely to see things in a unified way. Or more, don't want to use the phrase more likely, because I dislike it when other people do. I mean, there are many more forces and pressures and mechanisms which would enable a human brain to see more connections and relationships between things and come up with more holistic and unified views of things, which makes perfect sense. Einstein as well being another example. This higher level thinking, although there's problems where people say he says God doesn't play dice, and then quantum theory, but that's a whole nother podcast to go into. The bottom line I wanted to get to here is really that there are functional, psychological, obvious advantages to it in the first place. So it's not nothing. It's not, it could have been another way, just as a claim that Alex put out. There's no analysis behind that, and that's a shame. I would really hope he'd done some, because there's obvious reasons why it'd be better. And the idea about the book of nature and the book of religion and so on, or the book of faith. I mean, this is just directly lifted from Islam in the first place, when we have the same word ayat, the signs. And there are signs in nature that we're told to use our reasoning faculties to go see. And there's the signs that are written as literally ayat in the Quran as well. And there's signs that Allah can show some people specifically and not to others. So the whole system, everything that is good of that system, was already developed by the Islamic Empire without exception. Come challenge me on that if you want. But everything about the methods that works, that has any good in it, was already come from the Islamic Empire, and came through people who seriously, in a devout way, believed in God, and in a way that seriously affected the way they think. And things started to go horribly, horribly wrong, and understanding reality turn into nothing more than just engineering with it. The more people lost God or monotheism being a core part of their thinking. And this is exactly the pattern that we saw with the Roman Empire, where the Romans failed somehow in over 1,000 years of using maths and other technologies to actually develop any. They had tons of ways of doing engineering with pre-existing knowledge, but they didn't actually generate new knowledge. They just added pantheons and BS over the top of actual knowledge that was developed by others. And when I say others, there was this crucial period where the Israelites, or the Jews, came and interacted with the Hellenistic area, giving us this sort of modern, or the most modern form of Platonism, and that was really a key part of developing the idea of the abstract world and the actual physical world, and so on and so forth. So again, that's another whole podcast of stuff. Bottom line, though, before I go on too many rants, is that take was garbage. That take was garbage. The idea, and Alex correctly pointed that out, and then said, well, I'll grant it anyway. I wish you knew more about Islam and its history, and knew more about the development of science and scientific method. And one last thing to say is that actually a lot of the peer review process that's supposed to make the science so, scientific publishing so reliable, the proper variant of that is really derived from Hadith sciences. The very method of checking and cross-checking, even the bits of historical analysis that are useful originally came from or rather the first sort of evidence of history being analyzed and done that way that we have is again from the Hadith sciences. History used to be a whole different thing before then, and the record of it, and long after then in the Dark Ages. So there's so much to unpack here, and it just goes to show that the colonialist view, where Islam was extricated from everything, and they replaced the truth with this fable that they sort of developed off the foundations of the Greeks. It just doesn't accord with reality in the slightest, and ironically then undermines atheism. But there we go, rant over. You still awake, Faisal?
Yet. Well, actually, God is the reason for everything, even things that science can explain. It's not one or the other. It's not like everything's explained by either science or God, and the more science can explain, the less God can explain. Really.
Actually, there's something which I think I should add to the previous one, right? This idea that science disproves God. Okay, I don't think when we talk about it, anyone who's making that claim, they're not understanding the claim of who God is or what we're claiming, right? And they're not understanding this idea of what science is. Both of these need to be explained to them, right? So, and the previous one, where is it?
I mean, these two can almost be addressed together, though, right? Because I mean, we don't even need to play this to know what they're saying. I'm talking about, or rather, he said enough already, and I can agree. Yeah, it's what God can explain. Well, there's obviously nothing that God cannot explain. It's and so the irony here is that the gaps are conjured by the naturalists in the first place. They're the ones that have the gaps and fill it with things like randomness and mystery and conjecture, and then accuse other people of filling those gaps with God.
Now, here's the problem with this, right? When they bring up this argument, okay, God of the gaps for one argument, fine. Second one, okay. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth. If we have so many different matters where the explanation is God, and it isn't a bad explanation, it actually fits the question being asked, right? On why something happened instead of how something happened, then it aren't you the one who's being fallacious and just responding without actually understanding?
It's a good and interesting point, and I'll approach this in the following way, right? Imagine for a minute that there had been no concept of Islamic monotheism, and everyone had been trying to find a more unified, more universal underlying principle to everything. And the Europeans came up with this idea and had the eureka moment that anything and everything fundamentally could come from this, and it be like the ultimate end or the ultimate backstop, the ultimate route to all other explanations of stuff. That's it, absolutely. Would that follow the trajectory of sciences? Look at what they were trying to do with, unification story, right? Absolutely. Be shouting from the rooftops. Look how all of the science culminates in this amazing, beautiful, unique answer. This one concept that there are none others like this concept. You couldn't have any other concept like this. This is the root of everything. We found it. Isn't this incredible? And also, logically, provably, we can never do better than this. That would be it. everyone would be like, wow, you're brilliant, discovered the winning thing. Like that would be, if it was in a trajectory, how it would be, how it would come up. Just think about it. This is exactly the trajectory of unification and deeper understanding, the deeper layer of science. This concept alone is uniquely able to unify everything and explain everything. Like no other concept is able to actually do that. So if it had never existed on the earth and then they came up with it, they'd be singing it like everything, But because it pre-existed, not in-house, they can't claim it. They didn't develop it. They don't get supremacy from it. And they built their entire nationhood, their entire identity, and their entire excuse for the colonialism and everything else on their superiority over people who believe this. Especially when talking about neocolonialism and post-industrialization and all that sort of justification for throwing away morality or turning morality into a race to be the most selfish person you can be. All of this is specifically justified on calling that an ancient barbaric concept, even though it is absolutely unique as this panacea route of explaining everything. Nothing else can do that. That is non-trivial. That is incredible. Now, you can have variants of this where variations of how you try and dress this underlying idea and can introduce problems by that. The Islamic version of it is just stunningly intricate. It's not just the simple root idea of there is one independent of creation and so on. It actually has this intricate system of names and attributes, which is very specifically locked down and well specified and well defined. And no one else has that. Not even close, not even mildly, not even slightly. So long rant to say, God, the God. And you don't have to say Allah, the God, because there's only one of them. Not a God, but the God can explain everything. Yes, and science will always have holes relative to the God. So it's a complete and again, this is just a fundamentally manipulative tactic where they generate the problem and then gaslight that you had the problem all along, and it's you who's filling these gaps with God. It's like, no, you made gaps where they don't exist based on your own belief system, and then forcibly project into other people's mouths that they're the ones that have the problem, and just keep repeating the lie until they accept it, and then basically treat people like crap and gaslight them and manipulate them if they don't accept what you're saying. Like there is no rational person with any understanding of the development of this stuff should hold the view that the God of the gaps was widely held by anyone at any point. There's very, very, very few people have been successfully tricked into holding or repeating that view. And they would be tricked into it by the naturalists in the first place. It was never a thing. It is. So you're essentially, if you believe that that the God of the gaps is a real thing, you are easy to manipulate. You've been manipulated, and you need to look inside yourself and figure out how you're so vulnerable and what you're going to do about it.
I just remember one other thing I wanted to point out about this idea, the previous one, where the idea of the church inventing science, essentially. Right? We need to remember that education wasn't a free commodity in the Christian society. Right? Christians were supposed to be these dumb fools who just follow what the church was teaching them. They weren't allowed to learn the Bible. They weren't allowed to learn even the language of the Bible, which was Latin. And a lot of the education that dealt with these challenges had to do with the Latin language. Most of their advancement in science and all of the work that was being done was done in a language which common people didn't have access to. So yeah, definitely in their world, the only people who would be able to do science and philosophy and all of these natural theology, sort of speaking, is the church.
Well, yeah, so yeah, the church was the education system, and to get anything above, like, you were either an apprentice in some trade, or, you know, if you were learning anything that we would call academic or anything abstract, then yeah, the church was the place you can go and do that to any extent. But what the church was teaching before they took from Islam and from the Islamic Empire, and the output from those developments was Aristotelian metaphysics, and just repeating that, having mixed and mashed it with dogma and tried to, you know, make it make sense for a very long time, and that was just continually regurgitated. They did not develop any significant math or physics independently of the Islamic Empire at all, not even a bit, not even a jot. Somehow they spectacularly failed, is a better way of looking at it. It's incredible that they made such a dismal advance, or such a complete lack of advancement, until they started importing from the Islamic Empire. It's stunning. It demands an explanation of itself. How on earth did they fail to do that? And it's not enough to say the church was holding it back with its dogmatic stuff. I noted that the example of Galileo was brought up. It's like, he wasn't put in house arrest just for disagreeing with dogma. Most of it was the manner of disagreement, you know, calling the I think he was the one that called the Pope Simplico, called him basically a complete idiot publicly, and he was going and, you know, challenging the authorities in a very disrespectful, direct way, and so on. It was the manner of essentially causing public disturbance and problems in the hierarchy and authority structure, rather than the specifics of what he's saying going against doctrine. And that was a very, very common problem, as in plenty of people were able to go against the existing doctrine internally. You know, if you keep it within a certain within a certain halls, such that it didn't suddenly create a massive, what we'd call fitna in society, they generally had no problem with it. That wasn't the issue. So it's very, very much mischaracterized anyway, but not that I want to spend long defending them, but I would defend them on that point. But in general, it is remarkable. So quite apart from that sort of slowdown effect that I was pointing out, it is remarkable how little they managed to develop. It's stunning. And everything they developed is from the Arabs, who were going at breakneck speed compared to Arabs and Persians and, you know, North Africans and so on, everyone Arab speaking. So basically you say Arab versus Latinate, right? The Latin speaking world versus the Arabic speaking world. Breathtaking differences in speed.
Interesting. It's interesting to note the conflicting positions the Muslims and the Christians had, where in Islam we were making progress when we were following our religion, and in Christianity they made progress, or the Christian world made progress, only after leaving their religion.
It's a great point. Very eloquently put. Yeah.
So let's actually see what Alex has to say about this, the God of the Gap argument.
Yeah, good point.
Science can explain almost everything, but God is still behind it all, because science explains the how and God explains the why.
I agree that this is how a theist should respond to the God of the Gap's objection. Even if something is explained by science, the whole scientific enterprise as a whole and the existence of scientific laws at all might still rely on a divine cause. But historically speaking, people have used God in this way and said that there are things that cannot be explained by science, and used this as evidence for God's existence. Still, I think we're in agreement here that scientific explanations and divine agency can coexist peacefully.
If God is good, why?
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
And this is where I find him to be it's an honest answer. It doesn't give in to the tropes that we normally have with some atheists who come up.
It does. However, this is something I would love to talk to him about, because I think if I were to explain to him that no, science does not explain anything, it only exclusively describes. It is a description system. We can describe mechanisms. If you, in order to elevate those descriptions to explanations, you have to add some other belief system, some other metaphysics for which there is zero evidence and zero that you don't need or have any reason. It's basically a free choice. It's nothing but dogma that gets handed down from institutions. There's no actual evidence for anything beyond the descriptions, and the actual scientific bit is only specifically the description. So science, it's not actually right to say science provides an explanation. It doesn't. Science provides only the description, and then you attach naturalism to science, and then it becomes something that together you can start to call that an explanation, but then it becomes very circular and messy, and you end up actually having basically nothing but a redefinition of things and trying to then somehow have this underlying cause system of laws thing, whatever they want to call it. And this is again from Oppie's video through to people like Nate we were speaking to before or whatever. They've all ultimately got something. They say, oh, it's the laws or it's the universe or it's whatever is this underlying, thing. Or they say it's an infinite chain of temporal causes. Even then, there's some underlying thing. And that then becomes the foundation they work up from to give explanations, right, using the system of descriptions. But the science cannot, fundamentally never can and never will, under any circumstances, ever be able to give more than description. That's really important. Alex should be able to get that. And if he can, I think it would really change how he thinks about some of these questions.
Right. Before we move on, Maker had posted all this question. Let's respond to it.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. So we know that among the set of possible events, like, let's say, probability of A happening is 17% and B is 21%.
Dude, couldn't you have picked nicer numbers?
Okay. Do you want me to make it bigger?
No, that's fine. We can go through it. I can, I can make it bigger. Fine.
Okay, let's actually do that because other people would also be reading.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Go ahead. Where was I?
Likelihood happening will increase if we assume that it is purely random. I think what he means to say by purely random is assumes that they are independent events rather than dependent events.
Yeah, but so either way, when we repeat these events, the likelihood, it should be likelihood of them happening, increases if we assume it is purely random. Does it?
Well, this is why I'm trying to reverse engineer what he means, because if we're saying assume is purely random, if they're talking about independent events,
let's assume they are independent.
Seems to be what he's. I'm not sure what he means by because it's like how can, if you repeat these events, they've happened more. But that wouldn't change the likelihood of them happening. The likelihood of happening depends on the mechanism that brings them about in the first place. I'm not. He seems to be getting at something to do with if you have a chain of things. So if you've got a certain probability of something happening, and so you have this could happen, or that could happen, then that's one thing. But if you say this happened and then this happened, the probability of the combined event goes down. And so if this universe is the end of an extremely long chain of lots and lots of combined events, doesn't that become a vanishingly small probability?
Yeah, but this is probably where, so he's saying, so if the universe was eternal, wouldn't that technically mean that everything that is possible in framework of science and especially quantum fields has happened? So
actually, this is interesting. You have to basically 2 or 3 views from this. In one sense, think about what I just said about, well, if each chain of possible things is basically, well, this happens and then this follows and then this follows. Each has a probability less than 1. So you're multiplying together this long chain of things that's all less than 1. Wouldn't that always end up tending to 0? I would have to do a limit check on that, but intuitively, I think you would almost always end up tending to 0, which is impossible, rather than tending to possible. That's a really interesting. I think it basically will depend on your distribution function, and the reason
Unless everything is deterministic.
hang on, let me finish this. Would depend on your distribution function, and in this scenario, the reason I said what I said is because there would be an infinity of possible different chains, and so each one would end up tending to 0. Otherwise, you'd have no way for the integral of everything to be 1, as in to be finite, to be bounded. But that's intuitively, I haven't done the maths on that directly. So what this raises is a paradox where on the one hand, it's actually everything's impossible. On the one hand, everything's happened. Because the thing about the universe being eternal and wouldn't everything possible have happened? Absolutely correct. Nothing to do with probability. The universe is eternal, then every possibility has occurred or will occur. But if it's already been eternally around, then every possibility has already occurred. Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And two things which are only my thoughts, but to get clarification from you. So the first thing is, let's assume a purely random. Well, I don't like this purely random. I don't know what kind of randomness. Randomness is a marker for a level beyond which we do not know the pattern, for want of a better word. There are different kind of randomnesses, different kind of distribution functions for them. And I mean random. And it works by picking a random number from a given set, say, for example, let's just call it normally distributed, right? So it's random. For example, 1,500, and it picked for... Dude, the numbers you pick, how am I supposed to do any mental arithmetic with these? Okay. A set could not have an unbounded value like 0 plus infinity. Otherwise, we cannot add the values of probabilities to be 100% or 1. Not really. Let me think about that. I'm not convinced about that. I think you can still have an integral in an open interval between 0 and plus infinity of a distribution function that sums to 1. I'm pretty sure you can, but I just can't think of a good example off the top of my head. That's a very technical point, though. I'm not sure where this is going. Can we just scroll down and see the rest? I'm worried that we're going to be losing the audience trying to go through a large technical hypothesis on the fly with the rest of the audience. It's eternal and everything that's possible. The framework of science has happened, so possible for there to have formed an eternal sustaining or powerful that created everything you can see it and can control anything since it has been created. Right, okay. So actually I don't think any of the rest of it was needed. That last bit essentially is saying, well, if everything that's possible is possible, then forming an eternal thing inside the creation would be a possibility, and since it's possible, it would occur. This actually is we'll cover this in modal logic, and I don't know if you remember last week we spoke about S5 that allowed you to conjure whatever you like in modal logic. This is actually an example of applying that kind of logic. And the reason S5 is typically rejected by non-theists and accepted by theists is that it's very useful to argue for God, because they basically say God is possible, so is necessarily true. And that's exactly why a lot of people reject it. It's because of its use in pseudo-theology or pseudo-theological philosophy. Now, the thing is, this thing, is it eternal? Well, if it was formed, it's not going to be eternal unless you have some, you've got to throw back the question of what you exactly mean by eternal. Because if you have something that is smaller than another thing, you can't call them both eternal. They're both equally large. But you said that this thing is created within the other thing. So we have this in infinity in physics all the time, because infinity just marks some kind of boundary, some limit of resolution that you have, or some, basically a limit of distinguishability. And so that's why in some areas of physics, like 1 meter is infinitely far away, right? So that's, in that sense, what you say could be true, but not an actual, true, genuine, unbounded infinity, as in the one who is unbounded, like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. For that, it would have to be the thing that encompasses the thing that was created, or the thing that came to be.
Okay. Yeah.
So I worry that we're losing people on this one. I think if you're going to have questions to address on this channel directly, Maker, it's probably better to try and simplify them down to their core. Try and ask something that's, can be put in a normal kind of question line. Like
or maybe just come up after the stream has ended, and we can have a conversation backstage, right? Because it does appear that it's not as simple as just giving us a question. Your question is a bit more. We would have to have a back and forth with you before we really figure out what you're trying to say. All right.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like a thesis for discussion rather than a question. So yeah, it would make more sense to chat directly.
All right.
Anyway,
Let's.
I've realized the time as well. I'm gonna have to realize. Reason I realized the time is because my head's starting to get fuzzy.
Okay. I think we can go through some of these fairly quickly. The problem of
let's
evil.
try and run through. If we can finish this video, that'd be great. We can go for 3 hours and 11 minutes now.
Why can't he destroy all evil? Well, he eventually will. Why can't he do it now? Because he'd have to destroy you.
Okay, I totally get the Christian idea that human beings are corrupted and evil. Of course, all of us constantly fall short, even of our own moral standards. Fine, so destroying evil requires destroying us. But you've just said that God will one day destroy all evil. He just can't do it now, because that would mean destroying humans. But what will change so that one day he can destroy evil without destroying humans? And why can't that happen now? As far as I was aware, the thing that allows human beings to escape being justly destroyed for their sin is the sacrifice of Jesus, which happened a good couple of thousand years ago now. So what is God waiting for to destroy evil? Perhaps you're talking about the second coming of Christ, Judgment Day? But then what changes about the world between now and then that God is suddenly able to destroy evil without destroying humans?
Why does God let any bad things happen? Because we deserve it.
Well, look, I appreciate how blunt this is. I was expecting some kind of theodicy. Evil exists because it's soul building, or because of free will, or because of heavenly compensation. But no, we just deserve it. Well, fine, but I just want to bring that home for a minute. This week, about 5 children in the UK alone will die from cancer. The most common type of cancer in children is leukemia. I know you wouldn't say this to their face, Redeemed Zoomer, but when a parent asks why on earth this has happened to their child, you think that the in fact correct response is, well, they deserve it. Look, I can't disprove that they do deserve it. Maybe humanity is just so corrupted by original sin or whatever that we do deserve pediatric cancer. But even if we do, why do some people get what they deserve and not others? It's not just that people suffer at all, in other words, but that they do so seemingly randomly and arbitrarily, sometimes by accident of birth or genetics. Lucky for the rest of us, I guess?
Well, animals don't sin, so why do they suffer? Well, the Bible says all things will be restored, so if God is good, we can assume that they will be compensated.
Right, so animals will be compensated in the afterlife because they don't deserve to suffer. But those children who died of cancer shouldn't be compensated, of course. You know, the ones who do deserve it. Luckily, Jesus paid the price for those kids, and they'll get to inherit eternal life anyway, even though they deserve to be destroyed. But for some reason, that sacrifice only gets rid of the punishment they deserve in the invisible next life, not in this one. In this one, they get cancer, you know, because they deserve it. Animals suffer in this world too, for some reason that you haven't even attempted to explain, but that's also fine because God will pay them off, probably.
How do you know that God isn't evil?
Let's actually continue this
evil
part.
instead. Well,
It's
because
basically
evil
saying,
is not a thing the way good is. Just like cold is just a lack of heat, and dark is just a lack of light, evil is just a lack of good. And for good to be objective, it needs to come from God. So a God who is objectively evil is logically impossible.
Yeah, sure. If you think that evil is just a privation of good, then I guess there can't exist a maximally evil being. I suppose I'm just unconvinced by that analysis of what good and evil are. But maybe you're convinced of it. I know that it's a popular view. One reason it strikes me as unintuitive is because if I imagine two possible worlds, one in which nothing at all exists, and one in which a bunch of suffering exists, if evil is just a privation of good, then since they both contain no good, we'd have to say that they're about as bad as each other. That might not be correct under this view, I don't know, but it just doesn't seem like a good way to capture what we think is evil about suffering. But anyway, I'm an ethical emotivist, so of course I'm going to understand these terms differently to you.
Can God?
Okay. Problem of evil. It's something that keeps coming up, and to be very honest, I don't know why atheists love to go to the arguments for morality when they cannot establish why any form of or they cannot give any justification for whatever moral standard they're bringing forward, right?
in a nutshell, because it's not a rational technique. It's
Yes.
cloaked in rationality, but it's a purely emotional attack.
Yes.
But all they need to do is get you to agree or find something that you agree with as a moral standard and bash you over the head with it. That's it. And this is where, you know, people need to be very careful about, you know, do things come from the dean, or have they added some innovation? Have they elevated a general principle to an absolute, or have they, you know, have they always added the right caveats of bidnillah, for example, inshallah, Allahu alam? If they add all the right caveats in the right places where they're supposed to be, that's really it falls flat on its face to start with. One thing I think that's interesting though is that the problem of evil does have legs analytically if you believe in, or if you're going against original sin.
Yes.
Because the idea of original sin, the definition of sin includes this definition of evil, and then you can do an internal critique on it based on that. But even in that case, they could argue, well, God can make things, you know, with sort of inbuilt sin, and make everything with inbuilt sin if he wants to. So, well, okay, in a sense, we don't quite agree, but we do agree he makes things even knowing that they will end up sinning and not repenting and ending up in the fire.
Yeah, here's a question. Is the death of someone through cancer an act of evil?
Well, no, and this is a great point, right? But it's so hard to. Part of the point of this, it's not just an emotional attack; it's a social attack. Because if you dare, this is what he raised up about. Could you go to the mother of that poor child that died? I mean, it's pretty twisted to use that kind of you know, social attack on someone. Because, you know, if you dare to say, well, maybe they died for a good reason, that's it. You're a monster. You know, you're done for. So yeah, it's a really sort of nasty thing to do, but it's so normal. I don't think he's doing it in intentionally nasty way. But you know, I remember there was a reasonably quasi famous YouTube couple who had multiple miscarriages, and I commented underneath that maybe their children were, you know, already perfect, so they were too good for this world, and so they didn't need to come in. They were taken straight up to play at the feet of Ibrahim, and you know, you're waiting for you in Jannah, inshallah. You know, that's the, you know, Islamic view on these kind of things, you know, and I remember in that was like the most liked comment I've ever had by like 1,000 likes or something, because it's, you know, it really speaks to people and appeals to people, and that's what you do with me. I didn't make any of it up. I literally just repeated what I heard from some khutbah that made sense to me and sort of touched my heart. You know, a lot of this apparent suffering, it's like, you know, for one thing, it's squeezing a whole like lifetime worth of suffering into a relatively short time in the space of children. Why does it happen? And does it even actually happen is another good question, because we know, for example, that some people, their souls will be taken out before the killing blow even arrives, right? And so although this animated meat sack goes through convulsions and you could measure electrical signals, no sentience is actually experiencing it. It's just the appearance of it. But it could be that the sentience is still in there and is really experiencing it, and if so, then there's a good reason for that too. And so, you know, so there's no such thing really as pure evil, in that there's evil with no reason. One way I like to explain it to some people is like, you know, you have acid. Hydrochloric acid is great for taking rust off steel, right? We have milder acids that can, you know, clean up silverware really well, and these same acids will burn you. So they're, you know, in a sense, they're like, you know, they have a purpose, and once they're done with that purpose, like, you discard them, throw them away, and an acid will eat itself up, or eat up whatever neutralizing substance you put it in, or whatever substance neutralizes it, and eventually just, you know, eats it up, twists it molecularly into some other contorted configuration. And if not only do I not have any problem with that, it makes perfect sense, because without that, you can't have beings with free will in the first place at all. You know, it's like what this question boils down to is, why isn't God limited to making only angels? That's an alternative equivalent way of phrasing it. Because if you're talking about, you know, things that that don't sin, and therefore there's no evil, then, well, that's only angels. If there's anything that sins or goes against or rejects God, you know, well, that's a necessary consequence that kind of stuff's going to happen if they have some free will. And the question is, in what manner and how? And this is why, you know, shirk is the only sin that you know, cannot be forgiven, because it's the only sin that cuts you off from ever genuinely asking for forgiveness, right? And so to ask for, or expect, or think it would make any sense to have no suffering in this pre-akhirah sorting period is like asking for a four-sided triangle, where you also have free will, or you can just deny free will entirely, in which case you're angels. And I guess that's where Alex ends up in a bind almost, because I think he believes in determinism. And so under a determinist framework, you would be thinking, well, God could have made angels, but he made something that's determined to mess up instead. And he doesn't see the point. It's like, well, yeah, but you're not the judge. And, you know, ultimately, why do people get so hung up on the fate of souls that are literally inherently evil? Like, if you think about the way things progress, I mean, if you're talking about after this temporal life and you're talking about an unending life, like, well, everything will go to extremes. They'll either be, you know, as good as they could be, or as evil as could possibly be. And we know that if there's any iman, there's any potential for goodness, then they will eventually be rescued from the fire. And so the only people left in there, so it's either a purification process where they refuse the easy way and the only way left is the hard way, or they even refuse the way out and the only possible way out, in which case they are literally pure evil. What's the problem with them then being fuel for some fire that has some purpose? You know, it would be like, you know, crying about the wood that goes in the fire that keeps you warm, or crying about the, you know, why does pour petroleum or pour diesel or gasoline have
Why
to
does it have
suffer
to
in your
burn?
engine? Why did God create petrol that just has to suffer for your engine to go? It's that pathetic, but it seems to carry weight only, I think, against the Christian worldview. And I think it ultimately boils down to the problems that creep in with the view of original sin, the view of the way Adam alayhi salam is viewed, the reasons we come down here. In Islam, it was always the plan for us to get sent down here. There was no, oh, you're going down because you sinned. It was just, that was always going to happen anyway.
Sinning was in the Quran and in Islamic, our theology and our understanding, the act of sinning was an indication that they've learned to use their free will.
Right.
That was basically the indication that they're now ready to go be tested in this environment where they will have these choices and they can actually decide to obey God or disobey God. So that was a sort of a litmus test of not that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala didn't know, but essentially that other creation that were being shown, right? What is going to transpire for the rest of the time that humanity is going to stay on Earth, right? That's was sort of a microcosm of the whole human experiment, so to speaking.
Yeah, quite.
Okay.
And this is the other thing. It's Allah Ta'ala says that if we hadn't sinned, He would have wiped us out and replaced it with something we did. So
exactly.
Part of our purpose is to sin and
seek forgiveness.
I think there's a deeper thing, and seek forgiveness, exactly, and that's what makes the crucial difference. And you have to believe in Him to be able to seek the forgiveness, and that's what makes the system work. And it's interesting to look at how this relates to magnificence, omnipotence, capability, and so on, because actually, without the ability to sin and His mercy in forgiving that, He would be more limited as a creator, because there's inherent paradox in there being a master controller of everything and there being free will of anything within that creation. Because if it has free will, then it's not under control. So this is something that actually should be impossible, but it's not impossible specifically because of the system that Allah created. Because of creating this, and humans like this because of creating this and having this period where we go through this and die and are reborn, this makes a whole new world of possibilities possible. And there would be no other way. He'd only be able to create more variations of angels otherwise. Do you see what I mean?
True. And it's it is limiting God in His Majesty Nauzubillah, right? But
what bottom line is, once they have free will, for it to be genuine non-coercion, and not just a show of it, then there would have to be some people who choose the other alternative. There would have to be some people who choose to turn away from Him, and there could not be a reward for turning away from Him, but they would be in their rightful place. And there would be a purpose for it. It doesn't waste things. There's nothing wrong with that. If you can hold in mind the concept that there are uses for the fuel for fire, there are uses for acids, there are uses for all sorts of other kind of things like that. Why is there any problem with this? Why, if you think you can be more empathetic and more merciful than God, you don't understand the concept of God, or you're so arrogant that you're on the way to the fire anyway. In which case, I don't care.
It's very telling that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives the example of the mosquito in the Quran, right? That these people would ask, what is it that Allah means by this example? Right? But the mosquito has its uses. It is useful in killing people as well. It is useful in making sure that plants survive and plants are being pollinated. It has its use, it has its purpose, and it's fulfilling its purpose. So just because you don't understand it or you don't fully comprehend what the purpose of something is, doesn't necessarily mean that it's not useful for what it's intended for,
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay, let's continue with this. Let's see. I'm hoping that he identifies the contradiction in here, this particular one.
To make a rock he can't lift? Well, you're just asking if God can contradict himself, like can God lie, or can God change, or can God make another God? And the answer to all those things is no. God being all-powerful means...
Can God make another God? I thought he can, according to Christian
Can you
theology.
just tell on yourself, Mr. Christian, because you're supposed to believe that Jesus was created.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let's continue.
He can do anything to things outside himself. It doesn't mean that he can do anything to himself or that he can contradict himself.
Yeah, I think I agree with this explanation. If omnipotence just means the ability to do all logically possible things, then God can be omnipotent even if he can't create a rock too heavy for him to lift. Or a friend of mine puts it like this: yes, God can do all things, but logical contradictions aren't things. They literally have no referent, even conceptually. Still, I think that there are other, better paradoxes. Take this one about omniscience. Does God know all true propositions? Most theists would say yes. But if so, that would mean that whenever he knows a proposition, P, he must also then know the true proposition, God knows that P. But this creates a new true proposition. It's true that God knows that P. But this creates a new true proposition, and so on to infinity. So, if God knows all true propositions, he must know an actually infinite number of things. Many philosophers think that actual infinites are impossible, and so this causes a problem. Okay, we can respond to this by saying that God doesn't think in terms of true propositions, but rather in a single, undivided intuition. There might be other responses too, but at any rate, I think a much more interesting paradox than the stone so heavy he can't lift thing.
Why did God let evil...
Right.
Okay.
Let's dig into this one a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, it's like it's creating a problem where there isn't a problem. I feel that just trying to, like, I know I'm gonna say yes to the next thing, and I have made myself realize that I know that I'm gonna say that I am gonna say yes to the next thing, whatever it is. Like, coming up with these type of situations, I feel they're almost a red herring to the actual argument being made.
Yeah, I think that's certainly one part of it. So what he says about omniscience and that paradox, it's actually basically the same argument that Ian was trying to bring before, where you argue that well, it's not exactly the same as Ian's version because he tried to make it more complicated. They basically argue that the set of all true propositions is potentially unbounded, and from that angle say, well, there we go. How can he know everything? Because as soon as you have the set of all things you know, you have one other fact. But here's what's really interesting is he managed to explain that himself in a short, finite time because the generation was an algorithm.
Yes.
Right? Which is a finite, easily specified thing. And so the idea of, if you have like this very long string that you could produce, but it's all packed into a short algorithm, then all the information is contained in the algorithm. And the information theorist knows, like anyone serious knows that. Like, so I can see why this argument might be interesting to somebody who was like in a very brief period in the 18th century. But for someone to be using it today, it just speaks to someone who just literally has not bothered looking at or paying any heed to, information theory or anything of that ilk. It's just supremely dumb because it just misses the whole idea that it's specified by algorithm. So it's another way of looking at it to say, like, you're not adding any new truths. I know that P. I know that I know that P. I know that I know that I know that P. It's not adding anything new. There's no new information there. So to call them new truths is the problem in the first place. That's the problem, is that you can't specify what information or truths are in any reasonable way, and so the problem is in the specification. Now, if you add this to what he did recognize of you can say, well, it's a single undivided knowledge. Good, yes, correct. And that isn't just a way of dealing with it. That was foundational from the beginning of the specification of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's a foundational concept that's always been in there from day one. It's not been added by church fathers when someone came up with a contradiction or an issue. It's been baked into the foundational concept. And that's not, that is definitely worth noting. And if that's the case, then the very idea that you can express that knowledge as a set of elements of distinct knowledge is itself a straw man. So essentially, as soon as you bring this, you're saying, here's a straw man against your idea of God. Because as soon as you've called it the set of true things and they're separable true things, then it's necessarily a straw man against the concept of God's wisdom. So it's not, God's wisdom is indivisible being a response that saves you from what's otherwise a strong attack. It's literally just a shit straw man from the outset that just demonstrates you do not understand the concept you're attacking in the first place. And that's one of the best or most interesting ones he could come up with, is dumb, as dumb as a rock he can't lift. One other thing was logical contradictions on things. There's a very interesting talk with Alex O'Connor and his friend. I wish I could remember his name. I've got a bunch of his videos saved to react to, where I think it's his friend that points out that there's a very interesting philosopher who says, no, God can also do logically contradictory things if he wants. He has no limits. Zero, nada, nothing. And I actually really like that view. I'm very, very uncomfortable with the view that God can't do X, whatever X is. I would, in every case, prefer to say it doesn't make sense for me that God would do X. I would see a contradiction were God to do X, and that would a contradiction such as against his reliability or something else, or against some other choice he's made or something else, that he's so there's the pen, and the pen has written things down, so contradictions with that, have a problem with that, so on. But to say logical contradictions aren't things God can't do, well, the thing is, God can change the nature of reality in our brains, which logic is not a separate creation necessarily.
Logic is our understanding based on our reality.
Exactly. And so that's why I don't like it. I think because the problem is our ability to conceive. It's not that they're not things in themselves, it's that we lack the ability to conceive and process such things in a rational way, and therefore reasoning about them is already stupid. It's us that's the problem, right? Not putting the limitation on God. Does that make sense?
No, that's true. And here's something to understand. As Muslims, we do believe that there are certain limitations on God. And who has placed those limitations? God himself has limited himself in certain things. For example, he's made it he's made it compulsory on himself that he will not commit injustice, right? There are certain ahadith to that effect, and the idea that God does not lie. Is he?
Yeah, but see, even these are won'ts, not can'ts.
Yes, so I understand what you're trying to point out, but the idea that any of these limitations that we're understanding, we need to, within the Islamic perspective, but we do understand that God limits himself in certain aspects, right? And how do you so for us, when we talk about something external limiting God, we don't believe there is anything external limiting God. When it comes to this reality and our understanding of it, we have this understanding of it because God created this reality in this way, And when we describe it, we're only describing how he created it, because we don't know any better.
Yeah, but
And that's
I think this
it is.
fundamentally for me comes down to faith and the manner in which you have faith and approach Allah Ta'ala, right? Because he could have made things however he wanted. He's not limited, but he made us promises, which means he won't do something that is against what he promised. Not that, and you know, Allahu Alam, because Allah knows best. But for me, there's the only reason he wouldn't break his promises is because he doesn't want to, not that he couldn't, as a hard limitation. You know what I mean? And we
He has the capacity,
and this
he
is
has the capacity, but he's limiting himself.
I stay away from the language of limiting himself and just say he won't. We trust he'll keep his promises. And the reason I sort of prefer that is because if you think about it, it's almost the essence of why you have hellfire and Jannah in the first place. Because if you became aware for certain such a thing existed, but you couldn't trust him, you would never be able to have any kind of peace. You would be on the most knife edge possible life. You know, it would be, however beautiful things look, you'd just be in this horrendous prison. You wouldn't be able to see anything past that. Whereas if you can trust him that he won't break his promises, you have this ultimate, most benevolent Malik, leader, king of everything, to whom you are super thankful that they made such a wonderful place. It's a knife edge. You see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. And you're right about not using the term limited. That's probably not the best way of explaining it, but the concept here is to understand that he's the only one capable of holding himself to account. None of us are, right? So if he promises something, and that's essentially what he's going to do.
Yes,
right?
And none is more trustworthy than him. And this is why I like the way that the names and attributes are so well specified. You know, because it's so deep the way this logical system interconnects. It doesn't get itself in any of these fallacies, any of these traps. It's beautiful because remember, he's huwa lahu khayrul, huwa khayrul makirun, right? It's not one of his names and attributes, but it has been used. You know, he's the best of planners, is how it's often translated. But in some contexts, Mercurun can be used to mean a someone who is deceitful, or it can mean cunning, it can mean vulpine, it can mean a whole bunch of different things. But in the context of God, all of those would be inappropriate meanings to attach to that root word, and he's the only one who is the superlative of that. But so there is this notion of, it's not a negative deception, but of not necessarily revealing all the information and thereby allowing people to mislead themselves and not correcting them. Right.
Yeah.
And so if you take the view, or one were to take the view that is inherently untruthful and never justifiable, well, then you're starting to undermine your ability to exist as an entity under a benevolent God, under the benevolent God, right? And in that way, you start tripping yourself on the way to hellfire being the only possible place you could be. If you think about this, right, a lot of people think how much people are upset by the loss of their child, right? Let alone some people like lose their mind when they lose a car or something, right? But, think about something like a child. Pretty much everyone agrees they lose that. However immensely valuable, and they are, a child is, what you would be faced with having lost if you lose an infinity of all good being available to you. It's even more. A child is better than the whole world and everything in it, but Jannah is better than any given child. You see what I mean?
And not only that, but it keeps getting better the more time you spend it.
Exactly, and that's one of the reasons why it's necessarily superlative. And so, faced with that loss alone, like, you can take the view that hellfire is essentially a mercy, a distraction from how painful it would be to know that had you just done such and such, you wouldn't have lost all those kind of things. So I often think that hellfire is not only practical and makes a lot of sense in solving the issues we spoke about before, and essentially being a neutralizer for some, you know, acid-like substance or some kind of engine that needs some kind of fuel, and, you know, or is best designed with some kind of fuel, I should say, rather than needs. That actually it's the most merciful resolution, and that it would have been less merciful to leave them in complete absence of any provision from God, and that hellfire is actually a provision that's more merciful than they would have as the hell of their own making, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, let's.
I think we're going to have to.
I think let's.
Because I'm coming up to.
Yeah, no, I'm getting a few calls. I would have to leave pretty soon. Right, so let's wrap it up. We don't have much left, about 8 minutes or so. 8 or 9 minutes.
Let's just scan through and see if there's any interesting arguments. Because why did God let evil exist at all? I mean, it's the problem with evil. We've been over it.
Yeah, religion, just wishful thinking. Let's actually hear his response to this, because this would be an interesting.
God does.
Religion is just wishful thinking. Well, if that were true, then the Bible wouldn't be all about how much we all suck.
Well, not if Nietzsche's right, for a start. Think about this. For a great many people throughout history, who Nietzsche calls the slave class, they've been simply unable to avoid being weak, servile, and submissive. This is just their position in life, and there's no hope of changing it. The so-called slave morality concept imagines that to deal with this sorry state, people began to turn their helpless condition into a virtue, and began to take the things that they desired but couldn't get, like strength and dominance and wealth, etc., and condemned them as evil. And this is a kind of wishful thinking. I mean, imagine that you're poor and depressed and there's no hope of changing your condition. What would wishful thinking look like? Sure, you could just wish to become rich tomorrow, but that's not going to happen, so this wouldn't be an effective strategy to help you feel better. However, if instead you develop a worldview that trains you to wish to be poor, to wish to be servile and submissive, and teaches you to no longer want wealth and strength, that these things are immoral, well, this is a much more effective strategy of getting what you want. You change your wants. I don't even need riches in life because my riches await me in heaven. This is the kind of wishful thinking that might be involved in Christianity. The same goes for what Redeemed Zuma is talking about here, our fallen state more generally, that we all suck, as he puts it. Sure, we all do immoral things all the time, and so it's consoling to think that this is recognized by God and that all will be made right and forgiven. Again, I'm not saying that this is the case, that it's all wishful thinking, but this rebuttal that wishful thinking can't look like this, I think is wrong.
Psychology explains why you believe in God.
Do you want to add something to that wishful thinking one?
The only thing I'd add is wishful thinking has this very negative connotation, and he's just saying, "Oh, change your wants to something." Well, it's like, hang on a minute. There is a lot to that. In that, yeah, changing what you want to what you can actually get. You know, changing what your brain is satisfied by is a very intelligent way to deal with whatever reality you are facing. It's essentially saying, get in touch with reality better, which is kind of the opposite of what he's implying. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is what's interesting, is that I think many people would be unable to adapt to the reality of we are all a slave class. We're all Allah's slaves. We're not supreme beings, and people who think they are severely misguided in very toxic ways, and they become very toxic influence on everything and anything. And so, yeah, recognizing that and having the humility in that, and essentially taking the instruction manual and saying, well, changing yourself in this way actually works and is optimum for you. This is the instruction manual. Great, brilliant.
Yeah, but here's a thought. It's presupposing that the position a theist holds is by de facto wrong, and that's
absolutely.
Yeah, and can't you actually argue that it's also wishful thinking that God doesn't exist, so that you can do whatever you want in this world?
Exactly.
You don't have a purpose.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
You give your own purpose to life, and that's also wishful thinking.
It is. And what's interesting here is, remember, this kind of wishful thinking only really works off the back of the particular European story. Remember that
Yes.
the Europeans felt like they freed themselves because they freed themselves from a tyrannical purveyor of religion. And they just then project over the rest of the world that wherever you see this stuff, it's part of the same kind of tyranny story, and you'll be freed if you take on their wishful thinking cultural belief system. Because it was better for them than what came before it. But they've literally, historically, ever since they first did this, they've done nothing but destroy and control as much of the world as possible, because anyone else being, not just because, but essentially anyone else being allowed to be successful, have any other ideology or belief system showing success, instantly, completely destroys their belief system forever. The one that justifies them, being the masters who define how to live. So, yeah, they're terribly fearful of anything that is not subordinate to materialist secularism, because if a monotheistic society manages
which holds
to
the one in power accountable. A monotheistic society holding those in power accountable.
Well, think about it this way. Imagine you had a rerun, not of the Cold War, but a rerun where you had essentially the Islamic Empire, versus the post-Roman development of stuff. Remember how he spoke about knowledge basically barely being able to develop at all under the Vatican rule after the schism and all that sort of stuff. We spoke about the education system and how the Vatican managed to develop almost nothing compared to what the Islamic sciences had developed, right? You imagine a rerun of that now. Imagine you had Western technology and stuff, but instead of bombing the hell out of everywhere that was a Muslim country that they could possibly get their hands on, and anywhere they weren't bombing, they had some other sort of method of control or installed some other kind of control thing. Imagine they'd actually been free to compete. And then imagine the Islamic belief system was just massively out competing, just like it always had for all of history before. They would have a serious problem, because their so-called technological supremacy has been falsely attributed to their throwing off the shackles of religion, possibly correctly attributed to throwing off the shackles of the old power system. That's really religion's beside the point there. Do you see what I'm getting at? Yeah. It's almost like a whole podcast in that one.
It will probably need one. Let's continue.
So what? If God is real, we should expect there to be some psychological or social benefit to believing in him.
Again, I more or less agree with this.
Spiritual experiences can be...
he's agreed to it. That's...
let's explained by brain chemicals. Well, romantic experiences can also be explained by brain chemicals, but that doesn't mean your wife isn't real. So spiritual experiences being explained by brain chemicals doesn't mean that God isn't real.
Again, I agree, because any experience of the brain, whether natural or not in origin, will be describable in terms of brain chemicals. But a better argument is not about what's happening in the brain, but rather what caused the activity in the brain. Sure, love just being chemicals in my brain doesn't prove that my wife doesn't exist. But if no experience that I've ever had of my wife was caused by something in the natural world, would you think that my wife must be some supernatural entity that my brain is intercepting? Or would you think that maybe she doesn't exist and that my brain has invented her?
Well, drug trips show that spiritual experiences are from the brain. Well, people who have had both drug trips and near-death experiences say that they're completely different categories of feeling.
Sure, but people who take LSD and DMT will tell you that they're totally different experiences too. The point about drugs is just that the brain can sometimes experience inexplicable and ineffable things without necessarily indicating the involvement of anything beyond the materials of the brain.
The story of Jesus was copied from the story.
Yeah.
Someone once tried to convince me to take a bunch of DMT, and specifically told me it was because it was this chemical that's released under when you have near-death experiences, and according to friends or whatever of his, it was closest thing ever to near-death experiences that they had experienced both. And the idea that no one's had an NDE and also taken DMT sounds nuts to me. There must be people who have. But whether or not you can then take their word on the comparison, I don't know. I mean, after all, they've been blowing their brain apart with DMT, so you know.
All right, let's continue. We can skip the Horus one.
Faith is the opposite of logic and reason. No, it's not. Faith just means trust. Anytime you eat food, you're having faith that it's not poisoned, even if you can't scientifically prove it. If you're married, you have faith that your wife loves you, even if you can't scientifically prove that. And if you tried to scientifically prove it, she'd probably get very mad at you because it would mean you didn't trust her.
Yeah, but the thing is, I either have sufficient reason to trust something or I don't. With food, for example, if I'm served a meal at a restaurant, sure, I trust that it's not going to poison me. But I know that my country has strict food laws and that the restaurant has a huge interest in protecting my safety and that poisonings are rare. But if I travel abroad to some places, for example, I won't trust the tap water. And with the wife example, I get what you're saying, but imagine if I gave my wife no evidence that I loved her, like nothing at all. And then when she said she was questioning the marriage, I just said, you've got to have faith, baby. I think I'd be getting divorced.
Evolution proves God didn't create the world. Well, not necessarily.
The only thing to say on this one is he would have been better if it's so the guy giving the counter, beard guy, would have been better off stopping at the beginning, rather than trying to give his examples, because it was exactly the examples that could be easily undermined, and Alex did a decent job of doing that. Because right at the beginning where it says, faith is the opposite of logic and reason. No. It's actually applied logic and reason. This is what a lot of people really don't get, is all application of logic and reason is given axioms or given these premises being true, then following through this thing, this preserves truth or falsehood. It just preserves belief and then gets to some output belief, right? So if you are logic and reason, right, is either purely structural, in which case you are making no truth claims. You're only making the only truth claims possible are meta claims. This system is valid or not, right? But if you're trying to in any way apply logical reason and see if something is true or not in any sense, then that is faith. That is applied faith. Like, it's an integral part of actual use of logic and reason. It's nothing but an abstract exercise with no application to reality whatsoever until you add faith. In every case, including all physics that uses it in any capacity whatsoever. I'll take anyone to town on that one. It's literally how this works. And if you think of logic as being belief-preserving operations, or not necessarily belief-preserving, but they belief-transforming operations in a more general sense, and you're looking for belief-preserving structures when you know, in general, that's a much better way of looking at it. Because when you say such and such is true, according to this logical proof, it's only because sort of the default way of writing stuff is if you write P, it means P is true. And if you write not P, it means P is false. But they're just opposite of each other. They could be relabeled if you want. And ultimately, until you choose a model where you say, I believe this, I disbelieve that, it's nothing more than a symbolic system with no relationship to truth. So
how much faith do you need to do science? How much faith do you need to do math? Do you need faith?
When you say to do it, what do you mean? I mean, I know. So I went to a physics department not that long ago, for example, where someone was doing their PhD or master's thesis. No, it's PhD. They were doing a PhD to do with galaxy clusters and looking at dark matter and stuff like that. And I asked them a whole bunch of questions to do with the underlying theory of what they're working on, and they knew nothing. And they said they knew nothing about this stuff. They didn't care that they knew nothing about this stuff. They said they had to defer to these higher ups people and so on about basically any of that stuff, because all they were doing was running some data analysis on some system of stuff that come in. Like their role was this data analysis stuff. So think about that. How much faith have they put then in the system, in the people they're working under, that this isn't all just a BS ruse? Because ultimately someone is getting a bunch of money for sitting on top of this and doing some people there making a whole living out of it. Like, how do you know they're not essentially a con artist? And actually, there's a good, if you look at Sabine Osenfelder, that's essentially exactly what she argues about a lot of so-called fundamental physics. And so, yeah, there's a lot of faith in that sense, but also, you know, you have a lot of faith in yourself, right, in your own reasoning faculties, or you put a lot of faith in various textbooks, whichever starting point you pick, and you say, okay, I'm going to trust this, and I'm going to build my foundations on this. I'm going to trust these professors, because if you go to your first year of lectures and you question the professors on everything, pick any topic you like. Initially, they'll like it, and then eventually they get really pissed off, and eventually they'll be like, look, if you won't accept anything we're saying, you are going to fail every exam, fail out the class. You have to at some point just accept some of the stuff. It's like, that's faith. And you really, in the environment, you think it's really good reasons for it. Me and my autism and my trust issues and other stuff, I couldn't do that. And so I had to learn a lot of it mechanically. And so that was sort of the way of bypassing it, if you like, was on the one hand, learn what you mechanically need to do to pass the test, which is the same thing you need to do to apply physics in an engineering sense, which is the same thing that you need to do what's called modern mathematical physics or theoretical physics, if you're sort of doing imaginary engineering. And then what actual philosophical theoretical physics that I thought I'd gone in to learn was an entirely separate thing that I had to basically part teach myself and part learn through, like, having informal discussions with various professors and so on, because it's nowhere near a physics curriculum. There's an enormous amount of faith you have to put in, even in physics. Yeah, for sure. Because if you don't use faith, what's the alternative? Well, I've spent about 20 years trying to bottom out that alternative, and still a long way off, which is to basically start with a compass and straight edge, right? Which is a physical tool you have in your hand. And you can then do the experiments, get the results, and also have the theoretical model alongside it. And you build up, that's like the first physics, and then you build up everything all the way to cosmology, quantum theory, everything else, smoothly and continuously from this compass and straight edge without having any logical gaps or breaks. Otherwise, you have some faith somewhere. Yeah.
Even then, there's faith. Like, you may have the protector in your hand, or the compass in your hand, or the scale in your hand, or the ruler in your hand, but you're trusting something or someone that either they had created it correctly, or if you are the one who built that you've actually taken it, you've been precise and you've been accurate in
well, I mean, with a compass and straight edge, they don't have to be perfect straight edges and compasses. It's a
that's fine. I mean, I get that, but
I think the thing,
the point that I'm trying to bring here, Brother Sam, is that regardless of how what field you're in, or what epistemology you've taken, there is faith involved, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The reason I went to compass and straight edge is because of all the possible fields you could have of any kind of implied science, that's the minimum faith. So, because what you have is you have a piece of paper, a compass, and a straight edge. And this is why it was the foundation of logic, as well as geometry, as well as of mathematics, right up until the mid 1800s, when they decided to change all the curriculums and tell everyone that science and maths was something different than it had been for 2,000 years. There's really strong political reasons for that. So but don't want to get too sidetracked on it. So there is a really good reason for specifically talking about compass and straight edge, because it is such simple tools, and the concepts they're connected to is line and circle, right? And you can even think of a line as being a zero curvature circle, and a point as being a zero radius circle, or you can do the inverse of those things. And so they all become like this core concept, which is to do with what the eyes can even recognize. And so at that point, you're putting faith in your faculties, in your basic, core processing faculties. And that's the least faith you can have, if that makes sense, is you don't have too much faith in your own epistemology, your own a priori beliefs, in what you were taught when you were growing up. Like, you can eject almost everything and very minimally put faith in. So there's something special about compass and straight edge. There's a reason it had a special place in the historical development of all geometry and mathematics, right up until the mid 1800s, because you have that grounding where you don't have to rely on faith in other people for whatever is built up and connected from that. But there is still faith. Are my faculties working? And this goes right back to Descartes and how Descartes got established. Not only did he get established because of this new system of geometry he was peddling, but also because he had this system of doubt. And specifically in that system of doubt, he was saying, what if there's a demon that's so powerful and so able to mess with my mind that it can even make me think I've made a triangle but actually has multiple sides, or it can make me doubt even any mathematical rule or law that I've seen or anything like that. So this goes back to the foundation of skepticism itself and to the foundation of this rationalist movement. And this thing of faith and what it is, where you put it, how that relates to skepticism, how that relates to what reason is, and all this stuff. This is what it comes down to. It's very, very interesting, very interesting route there. And the minimum faith is having faith in the faculties that you have or were given, and that's beyond that. Was it given? Did I make it? No. Was it given to me? Yes. Was it given by someone or was it given by accident? You at some point have to choose as an article of faith.
Okay, so this is the last one. After that, there's actually two that we'll go over, but they're very short. Let's quickly go through these.
God often works through natural processes in the Bible. And for all of church history, there have been prominent Christian theologians who have had a more metaphorical interpretation of Genesis, even well over 1,000 years before Darwin existed.
Of course, this is true, but I don't know anyone who claims that evolution proves God didn't make the world, except outside of the strict context, I suppose, of arguing with a biblical literalist. But then you've just implied that you agree that evolution disproves the biblical literalist interpretation.
Christianity only spread because of military conquest.
Okay. Do you want to add to anything for the evolution? That's
I really hate this idea that God often works through natural processes. No, hang on a minute. What do you mean by natural processes? Like, creation is creation. Like that's the thing that you call natural. Like, that's it. As soon as you put this natural processes thing in, you're already setting yourself up to failure to understand what a miracle everything is. Like, it's almost like one of the root tricks of the devil, right? Because we point out, like, in the sense in which the eye is a miracle, in which everything you look at, the more detail you go into, it's all miraculous in its own way. And to make this artificial distinction between natural and miraculous is really like impressive or not that impressive. Like, I was raised in such a way that my culture regards this as fairly normal and unimpressive. And then when you learn a certain amount of detail or intricacy or whatever, or have a certain depth of appreciation of something, that becomes really impressive, and there's a sense in which it's miraculous. But that's different from that kind of appreciative thing. Is different from the kind of miraculous where people then say, well, it's out of the natural order of things, as in done by exception by God. So, for example, we'd say splitting of the moon, and this kind of thing. It's still a natural process. It's just an abnormal natural process, right? And that's in a sense in which we can call it miracle. We can, but I'm not comfortable with a lot of those distinctions, because they seems to be a slippery slope, not as in a slippery slope fallacy, but it seems to be like a genuinely slippery slope. Like, once you started, where do you realistically stop? All I would say is that there are, some, like, everything is miraculous in some sense or to some degree, to do whether you talk about magnificence or whether you talk about its normalcy. Or whatever, and some things are then unique events or one-off events, but it doesn't make it not natural. Like, everything that happens in creation is natural. The angels are part of the natural order. The jinn are part of the natural order. It's all natural stuff. Like the only thing, if you like, that's not a natural process is Allah Ta'ala himself, because he's beyond his creation. Everything else is in creation. So it's all natural. You know what I mean?
So
What do you mean
I
by
get
miracles? What do you mean by working through natural process? A lot of these concepts people sort of take for granted as being the kind of way those concepts happen to be during 19th century Europe, because that's when they were most powerful in their colonialist enterprises under the likes of the aftermath, likes of Napoleon and so on.
So on this very idea of evolution itself proving that God doesn't exist, that's non sequitur, right? It does not prove in any way, shape, or form that a transcendent being wasn't in control of the evolutionary process.
Yeah, it's interesting when some people, if anyone says it's a proof, well, there's a double standard, right? Because having some mechanism or having some alternative explanation isn't an absolute proof. But when it comes to proof for God, plausibility don't cut it. It has to be absolute. It has to be undeniable. It has to be no way to counter that argument. But when it comes to evolution, it's like, oh no, it's, as long as it's decently plausible, that's cool. That's more than enough. In fact, that's a fact.
Exactly.
Like, so all it does is expose people, and even the thing they're exposed for is it's just a terrible non sequitur, like you said. Like, so they double expose themselves that they are basically philosophically illiterate and also a hypocrite. There's nothing more to it.
So here's a question: do you think life coming from non-life is an extraordinary? It's an extraordinary claim.
Define life and non-life clearly enough.
Non-life
we can talk about it.
So basically, the idea that beings that can interact with their environment and change it to meet their needs, right? Which we consider as life. You, me, animals around us, the amoeba, and
can we? Does Allah change it? Does an amoeba actually change its environment?
No.
Not
So
really.
I'm going to try and let's say the way it is understood or the way it is explained that life came from non-life. Basically, there was the soup and whatever else explanations are given to us. Is this an extraordinary claim or not?
Oh yeah, I mean, for sure. Like abiogenesis is extraordinary. Like if you look at all the things that it could do, and you look at the incredibly short, still quite hot time scale it's supposed to have happened in. Yeah, I mean, you're talking. You can't actually. We don't have the chemistry to be able to calculate the probabilities. But any ballpark, it would be absurdly unlikely. But then what they do, or what they'd say is, well, anthropic principle. Actually, there's so many billions of galaxies, and so many millions of galaxies, so many billions of stars in them, and so on, and then how many planets are there per star, and so at some point this miraculous process may happen. Blah 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 blah. There's ways of trying to make it seem more plausible, but ultimately, remember what I said about how do you define a miracle? Like if they were consistent, then abiogenesis would be a miracle any way you slice it.
So doesn't it then require extraordinary evidence? Why are you claiming it if you're not providing extraordinary evidence?
Because they are here's the nutshell, because they are their own gods of their own gaps. That's what it boils down to, right? Because they know they will find a solution, because naturalism seems to work so well. They have so much faith in it. It will fill that gap. That's why. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly. All right,
and that's what it boils down. But the other thing that's interesting in that one is the way I prefer to look at this definition of life versus non-life. And I'll update this if anyone gives me good Islamic sciences. But my preferred definition is essentially something that fights fights entropy or entropic decay. So, because pretty much all systems left, or something that's active that fights entropic decay. So something that's static, like a stone, you don't want to include stones in things that are alive. Although there is a deeper underlying sense in which you could say everything is in some sense alive, and that does also work, and that's important for other philosophical reasons, and meets with what happens in Judgment Day after the this dunya. But if you talk about in this dunya and the normal kind of dividing lines you want, then you can say that things that are inanimate are inanimate; they're not animated. Nothing happens
in our epistemology. Stones and trees and all of these are alive and they can talk. It's just
in our ontology. In our ontology. Yeah, and yeah, stone. This is why I put those caveats in. But the stones aren't going to talk in this dunya. They'll talk in akhirah, right?
Yes. Not right. Just that. Even in this world, they do talk. It's just that we do not perceive them. And the Prophet, peace be upon him, he used to hear out these inanimate existences, either saying salam to him or
I remember the tree stump that wept when he stopped leaning on it. The tree stump
started crying. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And then, so this is why I was trying to differentiate the and this is why I asked you how you're defining life, right? Because I'm trying to differentiate this Islamic concept of things having some kind of consciousness built into them.
Yeah.
From this concept where scientists are trying to tell you this is alive, this is dead, right? Because if you try and argue a rock is alive, you have a different concept of alive from the one the scientists are using.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at it from our point of view, our epistemology. I'm looking at it from their epistemology.
Right, and this is where I was going with the entropy thing. It's from their epistemology. So looking at their distinction between life and non-life, where a rock is not alive, a chopped down tree stump is not alive, but a fish is alive, a human is alive, right? So in that framework of what makes them between life and dead, then something that fights entropic decay is pretty much the best that I've come across. I didn't come up with it, but it's the best I've come across. And the reason being that anything sort of left on its own is either like a rock where it doesn't change unless something smashes into it, in which case it will just very, very slowly decay through interactions, or it's something that will decay because it's no longer alive, be it a picked fruit, be it a dead tree, be it a dead human being. But as long as it's sort of eating or doing any other kind of alive things, then it's warding off this process of decaying. And so that's this very interesting dividing line. Now, in that framework, then this process of resisting entropic decay is miraculous. It's counter to the laws of thermodynamics as you'd expect them. Now, the only way you deal with it is saying, it's not really an isolated system. It's attached to such and such low source of entropy. I was like, okay, yeah, well, let's include that then. And you can always just keep going, including that until you have an isolated system. That's how you do thermodynamics normally. You just go as far as you can measure or can be bothered or can do the maths for to include more and more things until you say it's effectively isolated. But at some point, it should always be an isolated system, and entropy should only increase. At some point, you have to end up taking for granted some source of low entropy, some source of information. And, this, again, just beautifully fits in with the way Allah Ta'ala sends his decree via angels, his purified words and things like this. And there's the constant sort of information exchange back and forth in heavens and the earth, which, today in physics, we understand that, you can boil water by adding information to it. Right? Have information exchange is like temperature exchange in many ways. It's just as good as other forms of energy exchange. And again, this is built into the Islamic view.
That's a very interesting.
Going off track, but this stuff is fascinating, absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So let's look at this last one, and then we should be done.
Believe it.
You really think God made billions of galaxies with billions of stars in each of them just to have a personal relationship with you? Yes.
Yes.
That's sweet, of course, but sounds a little, I don't know, wishful? Let me know what you think. I've been Alex O'Connor. Subscribe if you want to. I'll see you in the next one.
Is it wishful or
Okay.
is it fitraful?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if there are other aliens out there on other planets. Unless we interact with them, they don't matter as much. That's the way I would look at
I
it.
forget the various hadiths and other kind of bits and bobs that I've seen to argue that there are, or we should expect there to be.
Yeah,
other
we can.
creations.
In our epistemology, it would be perfectly fine for that to happen. Now,
Hang on a minute. I was distinguishing perfectly fine from we should expect. There are some people who argued that at some point these things will come into contact with us. But I'm not sure any of that is well evidenced. But certainly there's no problem with it. And we were also told we'll never actually. Oh no, I don't want to misquote it. There's something to do with try and reach if you can.
Oh, that's in Surah Rahman, right? Where Allah says, if you can actually leave the confines of this this world or this the heavens and the earth, that go ahead and do that. But you won't be able to do it unless you use basically a lot of power. And so it's
yeah, there's something in it.
which is
it was really neat. It wasn't just it'll take a lot of power. There was something very insightful, something very deep in it.
Yeah, there is, which is something when I'm thinking about, right? When you think about the Kardashian scale, I think that's what it's called, right?
Oh, it's something to do with he permits it's something to do with like when he permits you sufficient power, and it was the permission bit that was quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the scale you mean. It's not the Kardashian scale. And we're not talking about sizes of backgrounds. The
major powers.
Yeah, no, but that scale though is really stupid for a whole number. Like it took the sci-fi people by storm for some reason, and there are some, what do they call them, biological cosmological biologists who use this scale. Scale basically is just like how much energy you're harvesting and from what. And you have this concept of Dyson spheres, and how clever is Dyson for thinking of wrapping the sun in an energy extraction thing. And then one level is extracting like most of the energy from your sun, or not wasting so much energy from your sun, let's say. And then the next level is from like a black hole, and so on and so forth. But this around a black hole is just ridiculous, because the thing will just be unstable and collapse in. But around a star is also ridiculous. Like it imagines like these systems are so hypothetical and imaginary and stupid, because what would happen is actually these things need maintenance. You say, oh well, I'll make it so it's self-maintaining, and it just keeps going until they've given themselves the power of God, and that's just like the first level to make one that goes around the sun. And like there's just no, this scale was just like thrown together by some dude as an idea, and is now treated as like this really clever, deep concept, and it's just stupid. Like, we need to think of a much better way of talking about development of galactic civilizations and so on. Because that one's
this is the verse. This is the verse that you were talking about. This is in Surah Rahman, verse 33. O assembly of jinn and humans, if you can penetrate beyond the realms of the heavens and the earth, then do so. But you cannot do that without our authority.
Authority, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Not permitted.
Right.
Yeah.
Be Sultan, right? So obviously an interesting one. Right. That was it. But just a reminder that for us Muslims, if aliens do come, our belief is very simple, that if there are aliens out there, they would have gotten their own messengers, they would have gotten their own prophets.
Yeah,
right?
there'd be a nation of people.
There will be a nation of people, just
Of
like
some
the
kind.
nation of people on this earth.
Or they could be animals. Like, you know, Allahu Alam, that they could be a kind of animal that will, you know, turn to dust at the end. There could be all sorts. It could be essentially a highly animated tree, or you know, some other kind of thing. You know, it could be, you know, it could just be an exceptionally complicated cloud of gas that was perceived by us to be very sentient. Like, you know.
Yeah.
It's not so straightforward as being, you know, humanoid things or some other kind of creature, and but in terms of our Jannah, and you know, that we've been promised and so on, it wouldn't, you know, doesn't affect it, and it's up to Allah if He wants to make other things or do other things.
Yeah.
In terms of explaining the eschatology, the end times and stuff, kind of makes sense that this when the Dajjal comes along, there'll be something like apparent aliens arriving, and it would make a lot of sense for that to actually be that the jinns are finally allowed to manifest. I mean, the whole sort of story and trajectory and stuff, like either everyone was just completely mad all the time when they were talking about, you know, things like dragons and demons and angels and you know, all this kind of stuff that used to happen right up until you know, naturalism and so on became the only thing that was allowed to be taken seriously. Happens at the same time as these, you know, that could quite simply be that the Iblis or the senior shaitan said, right, what we're going to do is we're going to pull back and stop appearing for a couple of 100 years, and then they're going to believe we don't exist, and then our whispers, which is how we primarily control them, will have more power than they've ever had before, and then we'll have complete control over them. Like, it's just, if they exist, that which is such a straightforward strategy that makes perfect sense. So then it starts to make a lot of sense that they would influence people to argue for their life that it's stupid to believe in these things based on that system they made, which is based on rejecting God. Like, it all adds up very well. You know?
Yeah, it does. And that's the thing, right? When it comes down to it, it's all about this idea that they are the ones hidden, right? And these people who call themselves naturalists or atheists, or basically do not believe that there's something beyond what is just apparent, right? These people would be the ones who are most easily deceived, because this appearance now of existences like this would take away all of the skepticism that they hold so dear and close to themselves.
Yeah.
These would be the ones that would be the most easy to manipulate into believing whatever they want to, because you've denied this existence for all of your life, and then all of a sudden it is right in front of you. What are you going to do now? You can no longer deny, and then everything is possible, and you start believing in contradictory. You basically do away with all sorts of.
But think about the end times where you know, the Supreme Dajjal is going to be trying to convince everyone that he's their God.
Yes,
right. And so this is the way to do it, right? Is you remove any of this this, hey, there's other world things. You minimize all possible interactions you can get away with. You try and stay as hidden as you possibly can. Good few 100 years. People end up then thinking that everyone before them is stupid. People get as arrogant as they can possibly be. Blah blah blah. All this kind of stuff. Allow this to develop, and then bring them all back at once, with you at the middle, apparently having all this power that never should have existed, of all this stuff that's way beyond any kind of technology, and it all seems to be all old worldy and mythical, and as if all this stuff was, and he says, yeah, I'm your God, right? Yeah, it's like maximizing the effectiveness, like, and the thing is, this isn't some theory that's randomly come up with towards the end as we see all these technologies, as we see the trajectory of what happened as the Islamic Empire sort of started to lose its deen, become something more strange, then fall down completely. Knowledge pass over selectively and in a hidden fashion into the European sphere. How that ended up breaking down the church, losing belief in that form of God, the development of the rejection of all the false notions of God, at the same time as just failing to approach Islam at all. So they've really got this sort of environment. I was going to say that they've got this sort of a particular subset of society just so well prepared for a moment to be revealed, so Allah permit them to be manifest. They be desperate to get back to their old ways that they were doing for thousands of years before, and it would have everyone hook, line, and sinker if that were true. So it's one of those things where it's like, from Islamic worldview, a lot of stuff that we see makes a lot more sense than the alternative, and because the alternative, there's loads of interesting stuff, like why is there this constant pattern of co-discovery of the same idea in two different locations happening all the time? Why is it that there's this underlying consistent behavior that happens in certain places but not others over like long periods of time that are supposed to be like the thousands of years that jinn families exist or can exist, versus the hundreds of years for the human families? Like this kind of like something that could easily be a long-term plan, but it's explained as just being, oh no, well, this led to this, nothing to see here. It's there's a lot more loose ends in the naturalist narrative, and that's just something to observe. I'm not saying that makes an argument for anything or an argument for the existence of God. My belief in the existence of God is entirely separate. But once you believe in God, then you believe in jinn. And then you look at the world quite differently. You look at the power structures quite differently. And and from that view, what we were told makes sense. And it does look like a lot of people have lined themselves up to be fodder.
By the way, I have to get going as well. Okay.
I have to get going like an hour ago.
Yeah.
I probably just I'll have to go over the last sort of half an hour of things I've said, because my brain is so tired and messy. I don't know if it's actually what I wanted to say or I'm partly in a dream state.
So let me try and wrap this up for the both of us, because
yes,
there are a few people waiting for me right now. So like, share, and subscribe our streams, comment on them. And as usual, remember that if you go on to this website, rihatul-arab.com, and you use this code DOTS15, you will get 15% off. So please, please, please make use of this opportunity, right? And as usual, remember your brothers and sisters around the world who are going through some of the worst atrocities in our recent time and age, right? Things that you would never want on your worst enemies, right? And do not forget. We cannot forget what has happened, right? With that, I would say, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.